up and working. If someone can let me know that they can see and hear me okay. It looks like the webcam is on, the microphone appears to be on, and the screen is on. And I think we've got a couple of our moderators on there as well. So make sure that it sounds good. Everyone okay out there? Everyone hearing and seeing me okay as you're watching this brand new eruption in Iceland, March 16th? Maybe just someone on the live chat can let me know if everything's coming through okay. Just you need a verification here that I'm live. I'm getting a couple messages here. All right, all good. 5x5. Awesome. Thanks, team. Well, shoot. I guess I got what I wished for, right? I asked for an eruption during the daytime here in Idaho. I wanted it, if there was going to be another one, I wanted it to be before I left for Europe in a few days. Done. And it's on a weekend. So I feel like the volcano gods have smiled favorably upon me. What we have here, and I'm just getting on, everything I'm going to be talking about here will be information I'm getting right now on the fly. And so this is a team approach. Happy to have you folks share with me anything you're hearing or seeing. If you have any sources, that's always helpful. We do have Susan on the live chat as moderator, and I think Amanda Jo will be jumping on sometime soon as well. But our eruption here appears to be taking place in more or less the same vent area as the February and December eruption, so just south of Stora Stogafeld, that hill, and north of Hagafeld. And so that's where the eruption's taken place so far. It apparently took place with very little precursor earthquake activity. So I know we're all watching the lava show here, but I do want to just look at, and there may be some delay or lag here, but you can see some of the earthquakes that came up here. But again, nothing huge, at least what I'm seeing here. And so let's just stick with this. And I've got two different webcam views up. This is the Live from Iceland one, which is this one here. And then this is Volcaholics, their live cam view. And looks like their little inset map there does show some more earthquakes. But no, I don't think there was a lot of large magnitude quakes. I was actually here at the office when this went down, but I didn't have the webcams up. I wasn't looking at anything from Iceland when this occurred. So, yeah, Amanda Jo's on there. Thank you, Amanda Jo. And she was apparently getting ready to go to bed. It's also, close to 9 o'clock p.m. in Iceland. And let me see if I can find any information that she has sent me here. She's saying it's right above town. Yeah, we're just kind of getting the information as we go here. But we have an eruption. This would be our fourth eruption in this area north of Grindavik. It would be our third of 2024. We had our December 18th eruption, our January 14th eruption, February 8th. Then on March 2nd, we had an intrusion of magma that moved through the subsurface but did not result in an eruption. And here we are March 16th with our fourth eruption in this region and in this sequence here. So I'm going to probably be looking at the live chat a lot more than I normally do because I'm learning about this all with you as we go. And so I do have a couple things I'll mention at some point, but let's try to all get up to date here. So please feel free to jump on the live chat, but if we can also focus on sharing good, reliable information and sources if we're finding anything. You're still welcome to, I guess, say hi and chit-chat and stuff, but the more we can kind of learn from this together, that would be better. Let's see, negative quakes were getting more and more focused around the general area, decreasing in depth. So apparently they were very small earthquakes coming through, which that kind of makes sense to me. I think there probably were some larger quakes, I would guess. I need to get in and dig into all the data. We can see the stream here in the bottom right near my little face. Let me kind of move myself out of the way a little bit there. There you go. And you can see a lot of these magnitude quakes are quite small. One there that's 1.5, but the depths are the key thing here, right? So we're seeing depths on these earthquake readings that are quite shallower than what we've seen in the past. So much shallower earthquakes. Amanda Jo says they're doing evacuations now. So I imagine that would include not just Grindavik, but also the Blue Lagoon area and the power plant, if there's anyone at the power plant. Yeah, someone said Blue Lagoon evacuated. Gordon wants to know how long the fissure is. I have not seen or heard that yet. There's no update as of yet from the Met office. So I haven't seen anything yet, but I'm sure they are scrambling and trying to get up to date with this as best they can, just like we are as well. Oh, let me grab, I guess I don't have all the earthquakes selected here. That might help a little bit. So yeah, so you can sort of see that this cluster up here, that's probably the vent area. And again, that projects right on top of, let me maybe switch us over to Google Earth real quick. We'll try to stick with the live images as much as we can. But just to give folks a little bit of perspective on where this is occurring, it looks to me like it's right in this area right here. So more or less the same vents, or darn near the same vent areas that we saw in December and February. So we'll come back to these views for a second here. We can make this one bigger, get rid of the live chat thing there. That's a little better. Let's see, anything else you guys are hearing? Yeah, is this a new fissure? Someone asked, CC Hawk. I can't tell just yet, but it's coming up pretty much at the same location as the previous fissures. So I think what we've seen so far today in this very short period of time is that the pathways that were established, the plumbing system that had been generated way back, excuse me, in November and December, were the ones that were exploited. Wow, there's a really bright view there on this Cam 3. I don't know if that's something with the camera or if there was a little more intensity there. But you know, I guess it's behaving the way I would have expected it to, in that it's the pressure was building up behind those pathways, and maybe the fact that we saw some smaller quakes in terms of magnitude speaks to the fact that a lot of the rock that it's breaking through isn't completely solidified. It's not brittle, and so it's just generating smaller quakes than what we would normally see if it was breaking through newer ground. So not necessarily a new fissure, a reactivation of older fissures is what I would say at this point. When did it start? Shoot, I don't know, in the last 20 minutes or so? Does that sound about right? If someone has an actual number here, and I'm checking my phone here. Let's see, this is from Amanda Jo, and I appreciate her keeping me up to date on things. At 8:22 Iceland time this evening, Met Office issued the following announcement. Increased seismic activity between Hagafelt and Stora Stogafelt. The seismic activity, together with land changes, could indicate that a magma flow is starting, and there's now an increased chance of a volcanic eruption. And then the eruption started a minute later. So they literally saw some of those warning signs, but it happened quite quickly. It seems to have escalated from earthquake activity, seismic signals, to full-scale eruption within a short period of time, which is something we talked about in terms of how this thing could progress. Once those pathways are established, you just need the magma to start propagating through the system once the pressure is sufficiently reached, and then it can make its way to the surface. Amanda Jo says it started at 8:23 local time, and it is now 8:50. So yeah, about in the last 25 minutes or so is when this began. Yeah, someone else, Peter, also verifying, yeah, it started about 8:22. That's 8:22 and 58 seconds. That's basically 8:23. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, someone said a 1 kilometer long fissure. The weather, I think, is pretty decent. So now we're kind of getting some panned views here from the town up towards the eruption site. And I want to also double check it. We'll probably scroll a little bit between this view and this view here. These two are nearly duplicated. But we can see with this cam here, and I believe that's looking southward. And so you can actually see, yeah, because you can see the downhill extent of it. There's the lava flows pouring out. I'm assuming the fissure's oriented more or less northeast southwest in alignment with the past fissures, and that lava is moving to the east and west, and probably some portion of it also moving to the south. Amanda Joe says the Coast Guard helicopter is on its way now. Let's see, anything else? Yeah, we can do some questions and answers here in a bit. I just want to kind of let's kind of start out in data collection mode, if that sounds good, and try to gather all the information we can. At this point, I think that would be at least helpful to me. I'd like to learn as much as I can, and then we can try to tackle some of these here. Let's see, looking at the live chat, the RUV cam picked up the beginning of it, and so I can try to find that here in a second. Although, Amanda Joe, if you have some of these good links that might be valuable to look at and analyze, if you could send me those as well. I'm going to pull up the messenger so I can get some of that information from you. Yeah, so we'll have to see how this progresses. It could, if I had to guess right now, I would guess it might last a little bit longer than some of the last eruptions in terms of duration, just because we've had more time for that magma pressure to build, and so we'll have to see how that plays out here. I'm going to pull up a few. Yeah, here's an aerial view from one of the news stations here. So this was just earlier, so you can see this is I think this is Stora Stogafelt here. There's the power plant. There's Grindavik down there. If I had to guess, just looking at the length of that's got to be at least a kilometer right there. I doubt it's 2, though. I would say something between 1, maybe 1.5, and possibly 2. Right, so they got that information out pretty quickly, it sounds like. Let's see what else she has for me here, and then I'll come back to the live chat and see what else I can share with you folks. It's always kind of fun to do these on the fly. Usually I like to be nice and prepared, but this is okay too, just learning together. Okay, let's go back to the live chat. And okay, so camera 1 is something someone says I should go look at. So let me pull up live from Iceland site over here and find camera 1. Okay, so there goes my light again. There you go. Comedic moment when the light goes out in my office. Camera 1, let's see. Okay, so here's camera 1's actually, oh, that's the one we're looking at, right? No, this is a different camera 1 on this screen. Let me show you what, yeah, you can actually see the extent of the flow beyond this ridge here. And I'm pretty sure that's looking south, that we're looking down the hill. This is the other camera view that came up on Live from Iceland. This is, I think this is looking, it's looking west to east or east to west. I'm not quite sure, but then we can see the camera's bouncing around because probably the wind is blowing, but that's the full extent of the fissure and the lava flows emanating out on either side of that. So that's pretty cool there. And let's see, anything else? Yeah, for John, it says for 20-minute-old eruption, he says that's a huge lava flow. I think that's, yeah, that's probably, it's obviously pumping out quite a bit of lava at this point. A little hard to tell how much, though. Amanda Joe says, according to the Southern Volcanoes Natural Hazards Group, the magma tunnel is looking south. So does that mean, Amanda Joe, do you mean that the fissure, the vent is moving south, meaning it's like opening up, that it's lengthening. That may be the case. Let's see. There's so much stuff in the chat. I'm trying to keep up here, team. Yeah, how far away from the town is this eruption? Probably, I mean, we could come back to Google Earth real quick and measure, I suppose. It's erupting up here. Let's give it a quick little, let's do a quick little measurement here, team. Let's go with maybe something like here, down to town. Yeah, about 4.5 kilometers. 2.5 miles, something like that would be about the number we're looking at. Yeah, that's so a lot of people just asking some of the same questions. If you're just getting on, the vent appears to be pretty much where we had the other vents from the the February and the December eruptions, more or less. So it's taken advantage of the same pathways. It did not erupt off to the west at Elvup. Just want to make that point. It came up through pretty much the place we thought it would erupt, where it's been erupting the last several months. Yeah, Amanda Joe thinks that, let me see if I can find this article. Thanks for hanging in here with me, team. This is not a slick production. This is people sending me information and me trying to make the best sense of it that I can. Yeah, so she's sending me an Icelandic, I guess it's a Facebook group or something, but the lava, I'm trying to translate it because it's in English, but it's not, volcanic language we would typically use. It sounds like maybe there's some reason to believe it's extending to the south, but let's just keep that as a possibility, and let's not run with that until we get some sort of verification. Oftentimes, as we've been watching these before on these live streams, depending on how good the view is with the webcams, we have seen these fissures lengthen in any given direction over time. We've been able to visibly see that. And right now, these webcams and any other ground-based observational tools are going to be our best tools to assess what's going on there. The earthquakes aren't going to be as important now. The pathway's established. The magma has a clear path to the surface. Ground deformation data will be interesting to look at in the hours and days and weeks to come, but right now that won't be helpful either. So mainly it's an observational thing, and that's what's kind of great about this is with these webcams and the internet, you all are citizen scientists. You can all make observations, and if you've been with me on some of these live streams in the past, we've made some pretty cool observations. We saw the January 14th event open up near town and flew the drone down there to check it out. And we also were able to see the eruption, I think, on February 8th when it became more explosive and tapped into some groundwater and started fragmenting and creating some ash plumes. Yeah, Amanda Joe's saying that there's at least one report apparently that the fissure is extending southward, so that is not a good news for the town. I'm going to catch up to the live stream here. Okay, someone says my microphone's a little too loud. Does that sound a little better? Yeah, some folks think that the fissure is getting longer. And I've been glancing at too many monitors in the last few minutes that I am probably not a good one to state if that's true or not. Yeah, I guess you can scroll back a little bit here. Oh, that's too far, I guess. Let's find, we don't want to go back hours and hours. But we might be able to see where this thing kind of pops up, right? So I've gone back, let's see. This is about 40 minutes ago. And maybe if we speed it up a little bit, we might be able to see the beginning of this, which would kind of be cool. So now it's moving along at twice speed. Just seeing if we can actually catch this. So keep watching this area here. Oh, Is that it out there in the distance? Oh, right there. Wow, look at that. So there's the start of it, team. That's pretty great. So that was the initiation point. You can see the time stamp right here. So again, yeah, 8:23 or so. This thing really got going. And then I'm going to skip forward just a little bit. If you want to go back and watch this on your own, you can. But then if we see it, yeah, it does look like it's lengthening. Definitely. It definitely look like it's extending in both directions. So, okay, let's go back to the live view here. And they are able to, with the webcam, zoom in and out, and I think they can actually move the cameras a little bit as well. So let me see. From Amanda Jo, she's got a couple things for me here. As soon as these are some little news reports she's sending me, so I'll just read these to you. It can be assumed that the eruption will be rather short-lived like previous eruptions. That's from Professor Thordarson. The Sunu crater series erupted during the 9th period. I guess like 9 o'clock at night. That's what they mean. Is it its location? Similar place to the eruption on February 8th. It was preceded by short-lived seismic activity accompanied by land changes. Not sure what that exactly means, but it's very important. This is a quote from someone with the National Defense. It's very important for us to get information about where the lava is flowing and where it is most likely to flow. Our response is very much about that. More information is expected in the next hour. 900 hours. The eruption will probably peak in an hour or two. From Professor Thordarson in an interview with the news agency, he believes the eruption will build up in power and possibly peak in an hour to 2 hours. That's kind of similar to what we've seen in the past too, that these things really come out with a bang. A very productive amount of lava initially, and then that supply of lava wanes over time and can be more or less over in as short as 12 to 24 hours potentially. The site will probably produce the eruption and it will end in a few days. That is to say, if the pattern remains, says Thorvaldur, you never know how a scenario like this will play out, but we seem to be looking at a repeat. Great. And then it looks like there is a Met Office update that says the volcano erupted. No, it has more than that, but that's the title part of it. Let me go into this and let's look at their map really quick because I think this is pretty instructive. So let me pull this over here. So the volcano erupted, and make sure that you guys can see this. I'll make it a little bit bigger perhaps. And this, of course, is English translation just using Google. So they do have the vent location here, it appears. And so it's not quite perfectly in line with the February vents. It's a little bit off axis, but very close spatially. So an eruption started between Hagafelt and Stora Stogafelt. The source is closer to Stora Stogafelt. In a similar place, the eruption occurred on February 8th. The lead up to the eruption was short, but it began at 8:23 p.m. The plume travels to the northwest, so that would be based on the winds, I suppose. We have winds out of the southeast, and so we've got some of the tephra and some of that lava that's being thrown and ejected up into the air is moving to the northwest. The first location of the eruption is based on radar data. See the center of the eruption as a red dot on the map below. A more precise location will be worked on later. So, and maybe we can make this a little bit bigger. There we go, if that wasn't clear enough. So let's look at this map one more time and then we'll go back to the webcams. Let's make that a little bit smaller. There we go. So hopefully that's a good view right there. So we've got the power plant over here, just off the road. Here's Silingarfelt, that's the hill. Stora Stogafelt here, and this is the Hagafelt down here. So it's really closer to Silingarfelt. It's just to the east of this hill. And then the two shades of purple, the darker purple is the December 18th lava field, and then superimposed on that to some degree is this lighter shade of purple, which is the February 8th flow. So given the topography here, I might zoom in on this a little bit and look at the topography. We know we probably have lava moving to the northwest in this direction. It'll be interesting to see how much of this lava moving to the east. These other eruptions have built up the land with lava here. So our topographic map here isn't good where we have these lava flows. It's obviously been, the topography's been changed. And so will some of that lava flow actually right up onto that, or will it follow the edge of those flows, which will be interesting to see if it actually can come through this gap or if it's forced to pile up and pond here before it can breach this gap. I'd say everything being equal and just looking at this for the first time, that there's a good chance that the lava doesn't, for at least initially, it'll depend on how much material and volume we have, but at least initially I would expect it to sort of stay in this area. What we don't have on here, of course, is they just have a dot and we don't know the linear extent of the vents. Do the vents extend, past this prominence here, this hill, down towards Hagafelt? If that's the case, then that lava can start moving, down to the south much more quickly. So we'll have to see moving forward. Let's see what else. I got some more stuff here from Amanda Joe. She can actually see the sky glowing from her window near Reykjavik, which is interesting. She says evacuation of the Blue Lagoon completed, according to Vidar Reyneson, director of the National Defense Department. The evacuation of Blue Lagoon is complete. Started at the same time as the eruption itself, even a few minutes later. There are still staff on site. Evacuation of Grindavik is still underway. And I don't know how many people were living and sleeping in the town, so that will be interesting to see if that, how quickly they can get evacuated there. Let's see, does anyone else, I'm just now getting back to the live chat. If you have something that you think is very a good source of information and something we haven't discussed already, maybe you can flag it on the live chat and send it directly to Susan or Mandy Joe, and that might be helpful. Oh, some people want my mic back where it was. Okay, how's that? Is that a little bit better? All I did was I saw one. So maybe can folks let me know that they can hear me okay? Is my audio sounding okay? Let me just wait a second on the live chat to make sure folks are satisfied with the audio. Someone says another earthquake happened at Svartsengi. People are driving towards it, live streaming, crazy. Amanda Joe says there were about 5 to 10 households that were staying the night in Grindavik in the last week or so. Pat says the sound is good, as does some other folks here. So I'm just going to leave the audio setting as is, and hopefully it's good enough for most of you. Okay. Great. 5x5. Got it. Thanks, team. Well done. So we can kind of just watch this thing progress. We'll probably jump around to a few different views here and see how things go. It's anyone's guess as to how long this will go. All we can really go off of is what we've seen with some of these last few eruptions that have taken place. I think I want to stick with the live cams as best I can for the most part. Right, so looks like what we'd expect then is as this fissure continues to lengthen, that the lava flows will tend to pile up and proceed and flow outward from the fissures both to the east and to the west. We will get some movement of this downslope as well to the south. It'll be interesting. Hopefully one of the next things that can happen soon, whether it's from the Met Office or other places, is that we can get the fissure's length mapped out on some sort of graphic or map. That would be pretty helpful if we can get that up and running. Let's see, checking a couple other things. Yeah, so I've got someone sent me a picture of I'm assuming it's okay to share the picture from Peter Bjarki Petursen. Sent a picture of the eruption from Reykjavik. So in the distance, so you can see there's a Keilir right there. So this is looking more or less due south from Reykjavik. So you can see that nice glow there in the sky. So thanks for sending that. Thanks for all the people supporting the channel and the moderators. Thanks to Susan and Amanda Jo as well for helping out, especially Amanda Jo. She was heading off to bed, and then we got her back in the saddle to handle this. Yeah, we can probably get to some questions here in a minute or two, and I will have one of the moderators, I don't know how they're dividing that up, but if they can send me some of the questions, I'll do my best here, realizing I'm just seeing this for the first time. But certainly if the questions are more of a predictive nature in terms of how this might progress, or using my knowledge with volcanoes to help you understand the situation, what's taking place, I'd be happy to do that. I'll probably also tend to gravitate towards questions that are quite relevant to what's taking place now. Like Ann Umphrey asked what the direction the cameras are facing. In this case, I think we're looking, I think this one's camera 1 is looking to the east, but someone can correct me if I'm wrong there. We can also switch to these. The live from Iceland cameras I know a little bit better. This camera here is looking from the north end of town up the hill towards Hagafelt. This one is looking to the east from Thorbjörn, I think, and this one is a similar view. You can see those two are almost identical in that respect. Let's see. Yeah, I would not be too worried about the people in Grindavik. They have been through this before. There were not a lot of people in the area staying the night, and so I have full confidence that the authorities have notified them. They are being evacuated as we speak, and so we do not anticipate any sort of loss of life or any people being injured by this. So I think this was, I think we probably, if we're being honest, the last couple weeks maybe, and I'm not saying with respect to the Icelandic civil defense or anything there, but just I think as someone watching the volcano, I think a lot of us maybe let our guard down just a little bit because we started to allow the narrative into our heads that, well, maybe this thing won't actually erupt anytime soon, or we're in a change situation. And so, maybe a tiny bit of complacency, again, not on the part of the Icelandic community, but more, people like me that were just like, well, is this thing really going to go or not? And so that might have crept in a little bit. If you're just joining us, the eruption is, let me show you on the map here. I guess we'll use the Met Office map. That's probably the best one to use. Let me zoom out a bit here. So the power plant and the Blue Lagoon are right here. Grindavik lies maybe a kilometer south of the map. The map's cut off there. And the location of this event taking place here is more or less this area. So there's one red dot there, but there will be, I'm sure when they update this, a big red line is cutting across here that shows more of the area. So pretty much right on top of the February and December eruptive events. Let me get to a couple things from Amanda Jo. She's sending me lots of good information. She's probably doing a lot more work than I am in terms of just juggling. Let's see. She says, Bjarki Kaldan Lonsfries, a natural hazard expert at the Met Office, says that the recent eruption is similar to the eruption that occurred on February 8th between Stora Stogafell and Sydlingerfeld on the Sunnugsgiga series. Most earthquakes are in that area. He says that earthquake activity started in the area around 7 this evening, a little added to it, and then there were around 80 earthquakes in total. It was going very fast before this happened. The eruption started around 8:20 p.m., but we don't really have the exact timing of it yet. Well, we saw it on that camera, and it was around 8:28. He says it's difficult to estimate the size of the eruption at this point. Scientists will assess it during a helicopter flight over the eruption. He says this short notice has been prepared and is in accordance with the forecast of the Met Office. Yep, I agree. So this is, yeah, I mean, location, expected, timing, plus or minus a few weeks, I'd say was anticipated. Length of the fissure, probably well within reason in terms of what we've seen in the past. Duration, yet to be seen, but we expect it might peter out pretty quickly. In terms of the size of the lava field, yeah, they need to get up in the air or get satellite imagery to delineate the size of the flow field. If you can look at how big the flow field is over a time period, you can start to estimate magma output volumes to some degree, along with some of the ground deformation data. You can start to get a handle on how much lava has actually been erupted during this event, which has only been going on for less than an hour, right? Okay. All right, I'm back over at the live stream. Trying to get a sense of scale. How far is the initial eruption point from the power plant in the outskirts of Grindavik? Again, I think this map here is pretty good. Just imagine a big red line from, I'd say, I have no idea, but maybe the base of Stogafeld at its furthest northeast extent, and it might extend as far as something like this. So that would be a reasonable estimate right now until we can get some of that hard data looked at. So. Okay. Yeah, some people are just jumping back on because kind of caught off guard like I was. I was in here working on grading and getting actually my trip to Iceland with students planned a little bit more. And then I had a viewer just send me a message that said eruption. And I thought, oh boy, here we go. Why wouldn't the lava flow follow the previous lava path? Good question. The answer to that is every time there's lava, it builds up the topography. The front of these lava flows can be 5, 6, 7, maybe more, maybe up to 10 meters high in terms of their actual thickness on the ground, sticking up as a topographic feature. So each lava flow builds up the land vertically, and so when we get a subsequent flow, it will have to move around that. Now, if it's erupting on top of it, which some of this probably is, then you can have lava flows stacked upon lava flows like we have here with the December and the February flows stacked on top of each other. But otherwise, you would get these flows interacting in different ways, maybe flowing around each other. So here's a couple different views here from a different page. And we can look over here. Let's see, the person that just asked a question says, that makes sense, but I mean more that it might follow next to the previous throw and threaten the Blue Lagoon again. Yeah, that's true. So a lot of times the next flow might follow the margin of that flow. It depends on exactly where this fissure is. Depends a little bit on this pre-existing topography. But it's very likely that this flow will probably follow the inside lobe or channel of this February 8th one. It probably won't get across it. So it'd be very likely to come in alongside it, just kind of spooning in on the inside, if you will, around this inside bend. And that does bring it closer to the power plant and some of this infrastructure here. Remember, this roadway had been reestablished, so if this flow continues, there's a good chance that the lava goes over the road again. But we do have the berms here as well, right? So if we come to this view here, we do have these protective structures here. So even though we have fissures that have opened up here, and the lava flow may start to follow this red path here of the February 8th flow, we're hopeful that it'll actually be interesting, because if the lava is forced into especially these tight constrictions like here, depending on how high this is built up. So what I don't know is how high the lava front is right at this point. But if the lava is forced through that constriction, it could really inflate and overtop either of these points here. So that's definitely something to be aware of. It's not necessarily going to happen, but that would be that little choke point there is possibly a problematic area that deserves some scrutiny. So let's see. Go back to the live streams. And I guess you have to keep pushing the little red live button every time you go back to it. Okay, a couple other things from Amanda Joe while we're watching here. And I can get to a few questions too. I don't know if Susan or you or Amanda Joe, if you guys are too busy to aggregate questions, don't worry about it. I can scroll through and find it myself. So no worries either way. Amanda Joe, eruption began at 8:23. So she's kind of aggregating a lot of different websites and such with a strong force over the magma channel. That's probably a little bit of language translation there. In Sunnugsgiga, as this video, considerable fall of tephra is over Grindavik or Veger, the road. I probably butchered that, sorry. Near the eruption site at the moment. Yeah, so with the winds apparently from the southeast blowing to the northwest, and we could check that here in a second too, that means that there is bits of, as these lava fountains are shooting lava up into the sky, little frothy pieces of lava, most of the heavier clumps are falling down around the vents and they're pouring outwards, feeding those lava flows. But if the winds are coming out of the southeast here, a lot of that stuff is blowing over the roadway here. And you can get to the point where there's, so much of that material on the road that it can be a bit of a hazard, for people driving their cars over it. These little pieces of tephra can be very sharp, so potentially you could get a flat tire or something. So I'm sure they've closed the roadway down by now. Amanda Joe also says, let me take you guys back to this view here. Tourists are flocking, but people are asked to not go there. The communications director emphasizes the importance of people not going to the site. Responders must have space to inspect the area and assess the situation. A reporter is there and says a lot of people on the move. There are cars out everywhere, and tourists have gotten a good impression. He sent this photo showing tourists admiring one of the fire fountains. Met Office is saying, according to the first assessment, it's similar in terms of the amount of magma. It looks like it's similar to February 8th. A patrol flight by the Coast Guard is taking off. More information and photos of the extent will be available later. So thanks, Amanda Joe, for sending that, and I'm sure we'll get that out later. This is a cool view here down on the lower left because it just shows you. So now it looks like the lava flows are advancing to the south towards the town. But it also shows you just how bright this incandescent lava can just light up the dark sky and just provide so much ambient light to the area. Let's see. So I'll handle a couple questions here as I see them. Can you say anything about precursors of this eruption from Aurora? Well, we didn't really have a lot of precursor activity like right before it, except those small earthquakes, tiny, small magnitude earthquakes. Not a lot of them in terms of frequency, but there were some seismic signals prior to the eruption. That was very short, and so by the time the Met Office actually typed up and put out that notification, the eruption began literally within a few minutes after that. But we did have plenty of other indicators in the weeks prior, right? We've seen the uplift with the GPS. We've known that the system is continuing to receive magma and an influx there. Let's see, I thought I saw another question there. So on Isaac's drone flight with the hotspots on the west flank of Stora Stogafelt, this is from Bo Caddy. I did talk about that, I think, earlier, that those looked to me like they were just, the area is just geothermal in nature. They weren't magmatic at all. It wasn't a window into the lava. And it was also adjacent to a lava flow. So you probably had some of the heat working its way through the permeability and fractures and pore spaces in at the base of Stora Stogafelt, and they're just coming out towards the surface and showing up as a little bit hotter than normal type of place there. Let's see. Artemis Gaming wants to know, does any new eruption make the next one less predictable because of the weakening of the surface? Not necessarily. I think every time there's an eruption, it's changing some of the conditions and factors in this dynamic system. But, well, first of all, it's nothing's predictable, right? So using the word prediction is not the right terminology that we like to use with volcanoes. We prefer the term forecasting, and there's actually a big difference. Prediction involves knowing the location, the timing, the magnitude, and the duration and extent of the event. And with all of these events, we have not known with that kind of accuracy what was going to happen. What we can say, based on the data that we can collect, GPS data, ground deformation data, seismic data, and then looking at past behaviors of the quakes or the eruptions as a rough guide, we can roughly say what we might expect on timescales of like days to weeks and sometimes even months. Now that's not helpful because people want to, oftentimes we just want to set our clock by these things, right? We want to know that, like at 8:30 on a Saturday night, we're going to have an eruption. And it's never going to probably be able to have that kind of prediction level, but we can do forecasting. But every time this system erupts or we get a magma intrusion, it does change the pathways, it does change things in the subsurface, and so that's why there's just so much variability in terms of what happens. So hopefully that was a helpful answer to your question. Oh good, Susan did aggregate some questions for me, so let's pull these up here. Oh, you guys don't need to see my itinerary for my class. So here's a couple of questions. I'll just leave the webcam up and I'll just look at these on my other screen if that's okay. Karen H. Dietrich, is it too soon for GPS data to have been updated? Well, it's usually 8-hour or 4-hour runs, so I wouldn't expect that we can catch anything with the GPS data right now, but we can take a quick look. Why not? We've got some time here. Yeah, I don't think, it looks like the last data point was today from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Yeah, last one was at 6:09. So yeah, it's too early to see any GPS measurements. But by this time tomorrow morning, possibly there should be some other data points there that might show up. Charles W53 wants to know, was there any warning or evacuation before the eruption? No, the evacuation isn't going to take place until lava's at the surface. So the way they're handling this hazard, and it's the right way to handle it, is for the most part, we're not evacuating people unless we have lava at the surface, or I suppose, like in the case of November 10th, the intense and relentless seismic activity warranted a full-scale evacuation of the whole town of Grindavik. But that was kind of like the very beginning of this thing and very unprecedented and a dramatic moment in time. But for these last several eruptions, I'd say for the most part, they know where it's likely to erupt, and here we are seeing it erupting in the same region again. And therefore, and we know we have a system that's erupting lava. Lava is going to stay on the ground. It's going to take some time to get from the vent towards some of that critical infrastructure. And therefore, they have time to evacuate. So basically, once the lava is at the surface, that's the indication that that they need to start evacuating and getting people out of harm's way. So I'm not looking at the live chat right now. I'm going to go through these questions first. There's not too many on this page, and then we can kind of proceed from there. And thanks to Susan for putting these all together for me. Yeah, so there wasn't really any evacuation, but the warning was that short-lived seismic signal that maybe preceded it by 20, 30 minutes or so. Small earthquakes, not a lot of them, fairly small in terms of the frequency, but there was some signs and indicators that magma was on its way to the surface. Let's see. Novi wants to know, is the lava flow predictions we saw a while ago of any help to determine where the lava will actually go now? Well, we have seen in the past, and I don't remember where I can find it, so I won't try to fumble my way through my monitors and such. But we have looked at other models that the Met Office put out. Remember, we had those different scenarios based on where, I think this was even prior to the February eruption. They had modeled the topography, had put in hypothetical vents at different places they thought it might erupt from, had modeled estimated volume or output of lava, and then generated maps of where the lava would actually go. So the lava's path, while it's not 100% predictable, can largely be forecast too, right? We can tell it's going to flow downhill, all things being equal. And so it's just a matter, in this case, in this location, of how long-term, how much lava will actually be erupted from this event, how much of this lava will actually get to the berms, how much of it will get down towards the town. But we can model to some degree where it's going to go based on the topography. Quick drink here. Care Fraser wants to know, could the flow of lava go at a faster movement if it's going over the earlier eruptions? Go at a faster movement. Does it go quicker? Not necessarily. As the lava rolls over itself, it'll introduce more shearing, more shear stress, which can actually slow it down. The other thing that will impact its speed is its temperature. So it's quite fluid where it's erupting from the vent, because that's it coming up at its hottest temperature of 1,500 degrees Celsius. But as it is erupted onto the surface, it's of course losing some heat. That's why it's going from this kind of bright white yellow into these shades of orange, and then it will move more slowly and sluggishly. If there's steeper slopes and it's hotter, it can move a little bit faster. This eruption on top of the older flows, I would argue is not much of a factor. You have this mossy, lumpy ground, or you have this lumpy lava surface, and so I don't think it's playing a role in speeding up or slowing down the lava to any degree. Aurora, I think I answered that question. Ken Staggs, the last eruption from this site hit groundwater. Any concerns for a greater reaction this time? Not necessarily. I think the way the groundwater moves through the subsurface, you have to have enough groundwater to interact with the lava. So there's no doubt in my mind that beneath this vent we're looking at here, there is groundwater permeating through the rocks at a fairly shallow depth, maybe a few tens or maybe 100 meters below the surface. But there's so much lava coming up through the dike, through the fracture system, that kind of keeps the groundwater at bay. It kind of develops a bit of a seal, right, along the walls of that lava flow there, or the intrusion as it comes up. What it would take for us to get something like what we saw on February 8th would be having this magma supply and the lava output start to drop considerably, such that now the lava is draining back down into the fracture or the dike, and then you might get some collapse. So remember, Professor Thorlerson mentioned, and I hadn't thought of this, but it's a good point, that he thought at least some of that initially could have been just collapse of the walls of the vent into itself. And that might have exposed or broken down one of these little barriers that allowed the groundwater to flow in and mix with it. So until we get the lava supply considerably lower than what we're seeing now, is we're just in the first hour of this eruption, I'm not worried about groundwater and lava interacting to the point that it's explosive locally and it's producing more ash. Let's see, I think I got... here's the first question. I missed the first one from Matt Bax 31. There were some simulations for expected lava flows from the next eruption. Was there a simulation that anticipated this location? If it's so, where was the lava predicted? I can't remember off the top of my head when those predictions when we looked at those. There's been just so many of these updates, but we did do one with those different pathways expected. I want to say it was before the February event, though. But certainly this flow here could be, yeah, this is in a place we would have expected and somewhat. Whoops, what happened there? There we go. Yeah, but this is in a location that was highly anticipated. We'd seen it in the past, and so probably no surprises here in terms of where it goes. I think the big question is longevity. If this thing continues for several days, then we'll be looking at the situation where the lava is very likely threatening infrastructure either at the power plant Blue Lagoon area or down in Grindavik, or possibly both locations. So, okay, that took just a few minutes there, but hopefully that was helpful, just answering a few questions. Let me roll over to, because there was a few things that came in while I was talking there, from Amanda Joe. Let's see what she has for me here. And thanks for Susan for putting those together. Here's a news article that Amanda Joe sent me. The quiet evacuation is now underway around Grindavik. Residents in the area have received text message to evacuate. There's no hurry, but only a few people in town, as has been the case for the last 24 hours. So it sounds like it's a nice, orderly, organized evacuation, and that it's happening and things are looking pretty good. Length of crack unclear. Einar Bessie Gestason, a natural hazard expert at the Met Office, says that there are no figures on the length of the crack, but that work is being done to estimate it. It is done both from webcams and with the helicopter it's taking off. The eruption is between Stora Stogafell and Sidlingerfell and reminds me a lot of the eruptions that happened in February and December. Absolutely. Same area, same location. Einar says that the eruptions that have occurred in the last few months in the area have started with force. The cracks were usually 3 to 4 kilometers long in the beginning, but the activity then reduced to just a few craters in the first 24 hours. He says that it remains to be assessed where the lava is most likely to flow. It will be easier to assess after flying over the area. Lava flow models will then be run. So they're waiting till they have some of that aerial data that they can get through the Coast Guard and some of these other places, and then they'll be able to project, where this lava might go and actually map out the flow field. Yeah, and then I have someone telling me the eruption came up just to the east of the December 18th crater row. So that's interesting. So that suggests, well, that kind of suggests that it's over here somewhere and not where the Met Office thought it was. So we'll just kind of add that to a bit of the confusion and hopefully get that figured out here soon in terms of exactly where those flows are. Let me handle a couple other things here, team. Thanks again for joining us. How far is the lava from the road? Someone wants to know. We can't tell. We're still trying to figure out exactly where the vent is. So the fact that this is happening at night is obviously not as helpful either. If it was happening during the day, we would be able to see what's going on a little bit better. Let's see. Johan sent me a link. Let's see if I can. Let's see. I need to get this over to my computer so I can show you guys. But he sent me a link that might show some of the aerial stuff. And then Susan sent me a second batch of questions. So I'll get to those here in a second too. So exciting times here, team, for sure. Okay, so I sent that. And let's see if it pops up. And let's go ahead and close that out. Second batch of questions. Martin Brokeman wants to know, is there any clue how high those fountains are? They're crazy, beautiful, and scary. I think they were higher earlier. Again, I haven't been watching it consistently enough. The nice thing is we can scroll backwards a bit here, right? And not that many hours ago. But definitely here, I mean, these are the initial phases of the eruption. I mean, and look at, now we don't know if it zoomed in or not, but and there's not much scale here, but quite possibly these initial fountains are going up several hundred meters into the air in terms of output. And if we go to the actual view now, my guess is these are probably all under 100 meters for sure, and more, like 50 meters, something like that. But again, without any sort of scale, I'm just guessing as best I can. Some of the plumes, I mean, you can see individually, sometimes there's these little explosions that do push material up to about this mark here, and that could be over 100 meters, so not quite sure there. Okay, let me see if I can get this link open that Johan sent me. And let's try it over here. Sorry. Here we go. I think what he sent me was like a webcam's view of the eruption beginning. Trying to figure out exactly what this is here. Oh boy, something there. Sorry team, I gotta watch the 5-second ad on this video and see if we can look at this or not. Yeah, so this is Visir, one of the news stations there, and looks like this is some of the footage from the helicopter perhaps. There's a little bit of a either bend or it's a couple little small fractures here. I'm assuming because it's flowing more this way that we're looking to the north there. So you have this one lobe off to the east, perhaps, if we're looking at that the right way. Yeah, and then because the wind's out of the southeast going to the northwest, right? So that makes sense if we're looking to the north or northeast there. So interesting. So that's giving us a little better feel for the extent of the flow field. I think that's just looped, so it's just going to keep showing that over and over. But thanks to Johan from Nature Eye for sending that on. Helpful to kind of see that. Let's see some other stuff from Amanda Joe. Oh, she might have sent me the same one. Let's see. Oh, and this is like the live. So they're flying over it and it's live. Is that what this is? I think this might be the same video. We'll have to see here. I think she might have sent me the exact same video that Johan just sent. So, but just want to check it, just make sure. No, this is a little different. So let me pull this over here, but it's the same news source. So a little aerial view, a little jumpy there because they're in the helicopter. It's probably a little bit windy. Yeah, some of those fountains look bigger. So I would say, yeah, 100 meters plus would be my guess. But again, no scale. That's just total estimate, just eyeballing it. There's the flow field out here. Oh, so what she sent me, this is actually live. So this is actually the helicopter flight right now. So thanks for letting me know that, Amanda Joe. Yeah, hard to tell exactly kind of where we are. You can see some offset segment there, so it looks like there's two like offsetting fissures. Really productive activity along this set of the fissure. And if it's anything like my helicopter flight in Hawaii over an eruption site, if your windows are off your helicopter, you can undoubtedly feel the heat. Oh, there's a nice view looking probably to the west based on the plume, where the plume's heading. So the flows we're seeing in the foreground here are all flowing to the east, looks like. And that's the northern extent. So there's a small fissure here, offset, and this is commonly what we see. And then there's a little offset here. So we have at least 3 en echelon offsetting fissures or fractures in that section. That's the one we're worried about there. That lobe is headed towards the, you can see a blue light out there flashing, it's probably on the roadway. So that's headed west towards the Blue Lagoon power plant area. Little lobe here moving off to the north, but the bulk of the lava is moving more or less east-west from the vents. And I'm not sure exactly how they use the helicopter overflight to map it. It may be as simple as just trying to fly the edge of the flow field right above it with GPS, and you could map it that way. Or maybe they take a bunch of photos and then they can kind of correct it onto a map. Just kind of so now they are on the, now we're looking south, I would say, the way the plume's drifting there, and they definitely don't want to fly into that. So I'm assuming they're going to wheel back around, but that's that lobe that's moving towards the west. We just don't know exactly if that lobe of flow, yeah, there's no, you can't get a sense here in the dark. There's a few lights down there, but I can't get any sense for where the Blue Lagoon is or the power plant. There's some cluster of lights there. That could be it, but not sure. There's the road there. So now we're getting maybe a little bit of a sense for the proximity of the lava flow to the road. So if they zoom back out, we can actually see, there we go. So kilometer maybe? What do you guys think? Your guess is as good as mine. I think there's a really good chance that the lava flow gets to the road again and covers the road. And then we'll see how far it moves to the west. On the Blue Lagoon webcam, you can see the lava coming. Can someone post a link to that? Shula, whatever your handle is there, SCHELUH. If you could send me a link to that, that would be helpful. Yeah, Amanda Jo, the airport's fine. No disruptions happening at the airport. That's worth pointing out. If you were to fly into Iceland tonight or tomorrow or in 2 days, we don't anticipate any disruptions there. And if anything else, you'll probably get a lovely view from the sky of all of that. So this is impacting a very small area in Iceland. Yeah, let's see. Did we get a link to the Blue Lagoon webcam? Because I don't think I'm going to be super. It's not so much the ash, Eloise, it's the volcanic gases. There's not a lot of ash coming out of this right now. Most of that plume we saw in the sky was actually the volcanic gases. And I don't know if they have a helicopter that's enclosed or if it. Whoops. I was going to try to see if I could find that Blue Lagoon cam. Or if they have an enclosed or non-enclosed helicopter. Let me see if I can find that. So a helicopter looking back to the south, I would assume. This big leading lobe here is the one to kind of watch, because that's probably moving towards the west. Looks like it's moving towards the west and the Blue Lagoon area and the roadway there. But it's still maybe a kilometer or so away. Hard to say for sure. I pulled up a webcam that does look down. Let's see, I don't see, I think it's looking down at the power plant. I won't pull this up right now because it doesn't show any of the lava yet, but it might. So I'll leave that window open for a bit here and see if we see anything else happening there. What happened? Did our feed freeze a little bit here? Yeah, thanks for all that have jumped on here. Make sure you like the channel, do all those good things. Just trying to do our part here to spread some geologic information and knowledge, share that with you as a community, and see what we can learn together here while this eruption has begun. The good news here, if you're just joining us, is the Blue Lagoon area has been evacuated. The town of Grindavik is probably evacuated at this point. We had received word that they were being evacuated in a nice orderly manner. Not a lot of people that were there at the time. And I jumped on as quick as I could, maybe about an hour or so ago, and we've been live streaming this event. Thanks to Amanda Jo, who's now staying up later than she wanted probably, to help us with some of the information here. Is it possible to hear directly from Amanda Jo during your live stream? Oh boy, I don't even know how we would do that. So, but she can type like 90 words a minute, so even though you wouldn't hear her voice, you could very possibly get information from her that way. So let's try this again. I don't know why the helicopter live feed went kaput, but we'll watch another ad and see if it's up and going here now. Oh, there we go. So there's the eruption there. Yeah, so that's the east side. This is the west side. So the flows are moving just based on the topography. They're coming, or they're moving a lot further away from the vent on the west side versus the east side, it would appear. And so that whole section there, it'd be interesting to see it in the daytime and see exactly where that lines up with the February flows. And they're trying to, I think they're trying to zoom out and get the whole view and see where the road lies in that whole thing. But the helicopter apparently came around to sort of the northwest end of the fissure system, and it's looking that way. Yeah, we don't have a map out yet that I know of. Let me double check some of the other little window things I have open. Sorry. Oh, so there is another update from the Met Office, and we might have another map, maybe. So the length of the fissure, we do have a map here, friends, so I'll pull that up here in a second while we're looking at the live helicopter view. The length of the fissure is about 2.9 kilometers, so about 3 kilometers, and it does not go all the way down to Hagafelt, but it's sitting right on top of the February and December site. So that red dot that was on that first iteration of their map, it's not where that red dot is, it's just a little bit further to the east and right on top of the vents, or it looks to me based on this map like it's right where the vents for the February and December eruption vents occurred. Yeah, I don't know how long we want to stick with this. This is really good footage, but let's look at the map real quick here, team, because I think a lot of people are kind of interested in just seeing what's going on spatially. So let me take you to this. Make sure this looks good. Okay, so can everyone see this okay? I'm wondering if the viewer... Oh, okay, I think it looks good. Okay, so this one just shows, this map here is the plume based on the winds right now. So we do have a lot of volcanic gases that are moving. I guess the wind is a little bit more coming out of the east. I thought it was more southeasterly, but the good news is it's not impacting the airport. And based on what I know about this part of the peninsula, this is not likely not impacting any people of consequence. There's really no communities or towns there. So it looks like we mainly have winds coming out of the east, carrying that plume of volcanic gases straight off to the west and out into the ocean. So that's good news there. Let's look at now the actual location of the vent. So we'll let that pop up. Probably need to shrink it down a little bit, but let's get a nice detailed view as well. There's the pipeline. So remember the pipeline that supplies hot water to the peninsula. That was damaged in the February 8th eruption, and it was then reburied. And they quickly, over just a couple days, it was pretty remarkable, they quickly reestablished the hot water and the heat to the peninsula. So there's our fissure there. The map's taking a while to load, but it looks like it's coming up. So there's the Blue Lagoon and the power plant. We can see the protective berm there. Maybe we'll zoom in just a little bit further. Grindavik is down here. This was the January 14th eruption. And so we have a fissure. There's that little offset section that we saw previously. Let me actually zoom in a little bit here and zoom out a skosh. Find a good balance of detail here. So this is the length of the fissure. A little segment here, a really long continuous one here, and then a little bit of a turn, an elbow in it that turns it this way. So pretty long fissure system. It's not as far north as the December one, and I'd have to remember for February 8th, it seems to me like it might be a skosh longer than the February 8th one, but I'd have to be double checked on that. But we do have, based on what we saw on the helicopter flight, which is still going on here, this lobe here, just based on where this is at here. So you can see this small segment and then the start of the long segment, and then the lava flow comes off of that. So if I had to venture a guess on this thing, let's get rid of that. We don't need that now. I'd say that longer lava flow segment is pouring over the February 8th flows and is somewhere out here in this area, in this vicinity. So my guess, which is just totally a guess, is that it's moved maybe half the distance or more, maybe 2/3 to the roadway. So the leading edge of that lava flow might just be due north of Silingarfelt here. And we get a better view. Obviously in the daytime we could tell. It's hard to even see the topography. But that would be my guess as to what's going on there. So if this is, 2.9 kilometers, you can almost like take the length you can see. Okay, so now we're seeing, that's probably the Blue Lagoon area right there. So that's that leading edge of that lava flow from the west, or flowing from the west out towards the roadway and the Blue Lagoon power plant area. So yeah, so we might have the, there's like an emergency vehicle there possibly on the road. It seems very likely that the lava flow will make it to the road, and it seems pretty likely too that it's going to make it also, well, possibly as far as the berm over there. Little bright spot there. It's probably moving over a little steep section there. Oh, that's another part of the fissure system there. That's looking, now we're looking back to the south. Yeah, so this is the plume moving towards Grindavik, right? That's coming to the south. Right, so that might be some of this that's flowing down through this area here. All right, just trying to digest this with you, friends, as best I can and stay on top of all the other things going on here. Director of the Red Cross says there's no need for a mass aid station due to the evacuation operations in Grindavik and the Blue Lagoon. Okay, and some more questions were sent to me. I think that's looking over the town there. So that's looking down at the town of Grindavik. Is that correct? I looked away from the webcam for a few minutes there. Yeah, so that's looking back to the northeast. That's Reykjavik, maybe way out there in the distance or its suburbs. This is this power plant Blue Lagoon area, I think over here. And so we do have the leading flow lobes, I think, if I'm right here, so don't quote me on any of this, please, that is moving to the south towards the town. I think we're looking to the northeast there. And that's where that bend in the fissure system is down at this end. I think that's right. If I'm orienting you wrong, I apologize. Trying to figure this out as we go with the views here. And they may be heading back now. That may be more or less the wrapping up the flight, because now they're quite a ways away. Oh, there's the flow. That's the flow coming from the backside around the hill. Is that what we're seeing there? Is this Blue Lagoon area, perhaps? Yeah, a little bit hard to keep yourself oriented there. Yeah, thanks team. Appreciate all the support here. We're just trying to figure this out as we go. Coast Guard from Amanda Jo. Coast Guard stating that the flow appears to be traveling south and east. Well, south's not good. East is good, depending on which way it's actually going. So let's go back to the map. We'll check this again here in a minute. They may be done with that flight for now. But let's look at some possible, let's get this thing at a good scale and look at some possible scenarios here. So what we don't have on here, the next thing now that the vents are mapped and located pretty well, the next thing would be to get a map or image of the current flow field and exactly where that's at and where that might be going. But it appears if we have this vent here at the south end, you can see how that's already channelized between this shield volcano here, this older shield volcano, and this I guess it's an older little crater here, Sunnukur. So this part of the vent, and we don't know if it's the most active part, but this is going to be moving through this gap here. It's probably already just east of Hagafelt. I do think there's a berm on this side. Let me look at my Google Earth here because I did update this a few days ago. Yeah, so they do have, here's the main berm that was built prior to the January 14th eruption, but they added to it, and I just added this on my Google Earth just this week. There's another little segment here, and again, these aren't probably perfectly located, but they're pretty close, and then another one here. So these are meant to divert the flow, keep it from coming into this east side of town and these structures here, and take it down towards the coast in that area. And so it's possible that this flow may advance down to where you can see where that berm is, and we know that other one I just showed you extends down off of it, something like this. So it could, if this sustains itself, it would bring that lava flow down just to the west of this hill, Husafelt, and then out into this area here. We're many hours away from that scenario playing out. But yeah, Amanda Jo just says the southern flow, which we just have been looking at here, is almost touching the January eruptive field. So this lobe here is about down to this area here at this point. So yeah, that's pretty quick. I mean, hour and a half that it's moved. Do we have some scale on this thing? Whoops. 500 meters. Yeah, it's moved almost a kilometer to the south in just hour and a half or so. That's moving pretty quickly. So, okay, so back to some of the views here. Again, I'm not monitoring the live chat a whole lot, but we have Amanda Jo and Susan there, and Amanda Jo can send me a message that pops up on my phone. So if something big is going on or I'm missing something, let me know. She says they're getting, the Coast Guard said that, yeah, we got that. Another flow is going to the west. That's the one that's headed towards the power plant area. And she says there's another Met Office update. So maybe I do want to keep this map open. So let's just open a new window here for the Met Office. Oh boy, that's small. And get our English translation going. Let's see, so this is as of 10:05, which was, yeah, just 2 minutes ago. Lava, let me make that a little bigger for you folks. Lava appears to be flowing rapidly south towards the defenses north of Grindavik. Also, lava is flowing west, yeah, which we knew, towards the road, like what happened during the eruption on February 8th. So, so this is kind of, this is tricky. So they've got, let me open up this map. They've got a little better map showing the berms, the defenses, if you will, for that. And while this is loading, let's kind of talk through what's happening here. So it looks like from this eruptive fissure that opened up an hour and a half ago, the most active lava flows coming out of this thing are headed one towards the roadway, probably in this little area here, more or less between the berm and the February 8th flow. And then the other location is from this southern vent area. We have lava flows that are progressing to the south towards Grindavik and are starting to get close to, if not already, at the January 14th flow front here. So let me pull this map up, which I think is going to help me kind of digest things a little better. Now it's up. Let's get in here close and look at what we have going on. So let's start at the south end here, which I think is what probably most people are mostly concerned about. So there's the extensions of the berms, pretty close to what I had, I would say. I don't think I had this little one over here. I don't think there's much of a chance that this flow heads along to the west along this boundary here. It would appear that most of this is going to be directed more or less due south. This flow field here, remember these were the vents for this January eruption were pretty much right here. So we've got higher topography there that the flows I don't think are going to have much success getting over and around and through. So my guess is that a lot of this lava is going to progress through this area here and down into this valley and potentially push up against and test, if you will, this L12 and L13 barrier here. So we'll have to see if these are successful, and I think they will be to some degree, that they'll deflect the lava off to the east, and then we'll have to see if the lava gets as far as this other roadway down here along the coast. Advancing, Amanda Joe advanced to the defense walls above Grindavik appears to be flowing quite well. So the movement there seems to be moving pretty quickly. So we don't have, I mean, the best webcam view, of course, is going to be that aerial view, and we just don't have that at the moment. But we might get a good webcam soon here that might show, I mean, this one here, because this is from the town looking northward, we might start actually seeing some of the lava on this frame moving forward. Charlotte Rose says, lava's just appearing in Visir's Grindavik cam. There's just so many webcams to keep track of here. So let me see if I can open that up somewhere. Way too many. Oh, okay, so here, let me show you guys this camera here. This is the Afar TV one, and this shows the power plant Blue Lagoon area, but you can see the flow out here. This is from Thorporn looking, I guess, more or less north. The road's probably here where the lights are, I'm guessing, but you can see through the clouds and steam or whatever here, that flow front advancing there. Let me see if I can open up this other webcam. So which one did she say it was? It was the, I gotta find hers on the chat. It was the Visir's Grindavik cam. Yeah, and if you can put, I don't think when you guys do live chats, you probably can't put the, I don't think you can put the websites in there. It doesn't allow you to do that. So let me just see what I can do here. Let's try this one. Is this live one here? No, this is an older one here. This is not what I wanted. Hang on, team. Just trying to muck my way through this. Appreciate your patience. Oh, okay. This is the one I think she was mentioning. So let me get you guys over to this one. Yeah, this is one of the other news station, Visir. And here's Grindavik, and there's that lava flow. So there's the leading edge of that flow headed for the town. And so this might be a good camera to stay with for a bit. I'm assuming this is the one that she was talking about. It seems like a really good amount of lava is flowing east. The stuff moving south and west is going really fast, but also right at the best prepared berms. That's from Dorje. Oh, someone missed the beginning of all this because they were watching one of my other videos. Well, that's okay too. The lava is soon crossing the north road of Blue Lagoon. I will try my best here, teams, to jump around from webcam to webcam and get us all a good view of things as best I can. So we have these views here. We got our maps. Let me just kind of do a little bit of organizing. We don't need to see the earthquakes anymore. We might need to see that again. We might want to look at this again, although I guess these are somewhat redundant at this point. So let's just stick with that one. There's that one there. I don't think we're going to get much from the helicopter. So there, just a little bit of tidying on my end. And let's stay with this one. And I will try to also open up and pull in the Blue Lagoon one. Did someone say where they thought that one was? Yeah, stay hydrated. I'm working on it. So yeah, we got the lava flow here. Grindavik, you could probably make some rough estimates as to progress and speed. We don't have a sense of distance really on this. But if I had to guess, I'd say it's maybe a kilometer and a half, the leading edge of the lava flow from the town. Oh, helicopter view is live for me again. Oh, now I gotta find it. Darn it. Oh, Amanda Joe sent it to me. Really, when you're running this kind of show, team, you need like 20 monitors, I swear. Let's see, is this the one? That was the Met Office one. Here we go. Yeah, let's see if the helicopter footage is up again. Okay, it is. So let's look at that again real quick. And this is from Visir. Yeah, Amanda Jo sent it to me, but there we go. So there's the bend. So that's the south end of the system, I would think. There's the offset up there. So I think we're looking at the south end of the fissure system. And let's see, other things she said about the southward flow. The lava flow is now heading south and moving closer to the dike just north of Grindavik. Dike meaning the berm, the wall they constructed there. The crack was formed south of Stora Stogafelt, runs towards Sunuk from there. Let's see if this is, she sent me a couple things here that might be helpful. So a nice view there of some of the channels and the flows moving down the slope. So we got the live chopper feed. Let's see, this might be helpful. She's got me with a 4 webcams on one page thing. Yeah, but can you make them live all at the same time? Oh, I guess you kind of can. All right, so now I got some more webcams going here. Got webcams up the kazoo. And that one's not good. But I think the helicopter footage is helpful right now. That should be looking to the northwest, just based on the way the gases are moving. So this would be the east side of the fissures. Yeah, and there's this one lobe here that's moved pretty far to the east. But that's, you know, we'd ideally like to see more of the lava go in that direction because that's away from all the critical infrastructure. Let's see, she sent me some more stuff. And, whoops, sorry team. Didn't mean to take you away from that. So there's the flow front of one of these lobes. Again, that's the east side. So just filling in this flat area. Now they're like zoomed out. There's that offset fissure system there. The janitor's out vacuuming. I might need to go close my door here in a second. If that noise becomes an issue or problematic, let me know. Yeah, estimates of like 3.5 kilometer long fissure. Yeah, if you're a lot of people just jumping on for the first time, so I'll try to recap things a bit as we go. But it was what 8:23, 8:28 local time in Iceland when this erupted today, north of Grindavik and near Stora Stogafelt, and the fissure system is about 3.5 kilometers long. Amanda Jo, sorry, is updating me as we go. Thanks to her for supplying all this information. The fissure is getting longer apparently. It's between 3 and 4 kilometers long, but according to this source here, it seems to be getting longer. In any case, the power is, and the simmering lava is heading towards us. You can hear it. We can see some rumbles and a little bit of pollution, so we can't stay here for long. That's a direct quote from a lady that's down in the Grindavik area. She says it took a long time to get where she is because of the heavy traffic and cars are stopped on the road. So, yeah, the gawking and the tourism doesn't help much when you're... So there's Grindavik in the distance. That's looking to the south there. There's the big flow lobe that's going off to the west. Come on, helicopter guy or gal or person. Let's get this in frame here. I'm sure it's very difficult to like operate the camera while you're... And I don't know if it's just one person like flying and trying to film. That's kind of scary. Or if there's a couple people in the helicopter. But we'll see if that pops up better here in a second. And let's see if we have... So there's that flow moving towards the town still. Yeah, hard to see. There we go. Try to get our bearings on this. I think that was the lobe headed to the west, just based on the shape and size of that. Let's see if they... Yeah, because there's the blue lights. Yep, so that is the western flow front. Looks like it might starting to be a little... It's turned now and it's going to more or less the west-southwest, I would guess. Probably following some topography. It might be up against the February flow, which we just can't quite see because it's dark. And that's the lava flow that very well... Oh, there's some topography. That's got to be Storastogafelt, probably. That's the flow that could be heading towards the Blue Lagoon and the power plant area. Yeah, the helicopter stream, I can throw that in the chat. Yeah, I agree, David, that the wind direction is kind of the best way we have to tell which way is which, because that wind's basically blowing from east to west. So the chopper is probably on the northwest side of things now. We do get a little bit of topography there. You can see the base of the hill. And they probably just can't quite fly over into the Blue Lagoon area directly because of the gases in that area. So I'm guessing that's why we're not seeing, you know, a view directly to the east at the flow advancing towards our view there. So a couple other views here. These views here. Let's go back to this view with the front of the flow. Looks like the helicopter is still trying to do good things here. Excuse me, River. Oh, he can't hear me. I'm gonna go close my door if the vacuum starts running again, because you guys might not be able to hear it, but it was kind of bugging me. Let's see. Yeah, and it's going to be dark for quite a while, right? We're just kind of like, it's just getting to like peak darkish hours there, so it's going to be a while before the sun comes up. We can see this in the daylight. Okay, from Amanda Joe. Oh boy, she's got a bunch of stuff for me. Thank you for sending all this. Could flow in the same channel as the last eruption. The lava flow from the eruption is very fast. Fissures about 3 kilometers long, shorter than the longest ones that opened in the previous eruptions, but 2 powerful lava flows from it. It's difficult to say the direction of the flow, but it's possible it flows in the same direction as the last eruption. Another lava tongue flows to the west. That's the one we've been looking at. I guess we don't have a good camera for it, but the view off to that was headed towards the Blue Lagoon. Sorry, I'm trying to read and do that at the same time. It seems to have reached the northern edge of the lava that flowed in January. Oh, okay, sorry. The lava, there's a tongue to the west. That's one headed towards the Blue Lagoon. And another very powerful lava tongue flows to the south. It seems to have reached the northern edge of the lava that flowed in January and is heading east of the defenses and could reach them. The defenses have reached their full height, and Vidir says he expects them to hold up well. So their construction work's done. They've built those things up as high as they can, and now we might just see how well this all goes down. Based on the current lava flow, the road north from Grindavik could be in danger, but the berm should direct the lava flow from Svartsengi if it reaches there. They want to urge people to not stop their cars out in the area, but rather drive out on the road that runs from Reykjanes if they want to see the eruption. Then there's a question of how long the eruption will last and whether it will reach the defenses at Grindavik. If that happens, the question is how the defenses will turn out. So, yeah. So we're just trying to figure this out as we go here, team. I've got something open that's like playing music in my ear. And I have lots of different emails that, let me see if I can figure out where this sound is coming from first. I don't know if you guys can hear that, but there's like some music playing in my ear. It doesn't even sound like an ad. I guess I should make sure all of these are muted. It's not going to be any of these, I don't think. Okay, well, it seemed to have stopped, I think. Oh, so here is, let's look at this view here, team. This is the power plant Blue Lagoon area, and now it was just kind of a glow earlier, but now we can see, I think, a little bit more clearly that flow that's progressing towards the road, which I believe is, well, I shouldn't say for sure. I don't know if that light is a car on the road or not, but clearly somewhere between the front of that flow and the power plant area here. Alrighty. Okay, well, let's see which view. We'll maybe stick with this one for now. So here's just some of the, not the helicopter view, I'm not sure what this one is here. I think we want to pay attention to this here, first of all. And let me just check a couple other things here. So people letting me know the eruption started. I want to see if there's anything else that's important that I can share with you here. Let's see, this is Blue Lagoon cam. Is that different than this one? Might be a little bit different. Maybe leave that one up. Live from Iceland feed. Yeah, just so many different views to look at right now. Let's see. So let's do a little bit of a reset here and get everyone up to speed on what we're monitoring. And maybe we can check and see if there's anything new on the Met Office update. I'm sure Amanda Jo would let me know if there was. Yeah, it looks like it's the same maps. So let's start with this here. So here's our eruptive vent that has erupted, what was it, around 8:30 local time in the evening. And what time is it there now? It is 10:30, so about 2 hours ago. So we're about 2 hours into this. And we know we have this eruption that is producing lavas emanating out in various directions, but most concerning would be the flow that's over here to the west of the fissures. The winds are blowing more or less straight from east to west, so that's carrying a lot of the gases from the eruption site. It's a good thing they got the Blue Lagoon and everyone evacuated, because I'm sure the gases there are probably pretty concentrated and heavy. But we have a flow lobe that's moving in this direction here, but it's only probably about to this point here, just straight north of Sydlingarfelt, but it's advancing, and it's anticipated if this continues, it'll take out the roadway. And then it will be interesting to see how that flow moves once it gets past the road, because I would think that it's somewhat confined by this channel. Now when this happened on February 8th, this moved down a little gully, a little valley, a small depression in the landscape. And what we don't know is how much this flow on February 8th actually inflated or raised the ground. It'll be interesting to see if this flow, there's a chance it doesn't even get pushed up against the defensive berms, that it actually rides over the top of this February flow and follows this out into this flat area out here. But there's also a chance, if this has built up enough topography, that it's going to flow right into that constriction there. Whoops, sorry, I didn't mean to zoom it into such a degree, but right into this little choke point here, which could cause the current flow to rise and build and potentially flow over the berm or flow back over the top of this older flow. It's all too early to say for sure. The pipeline's been buried, so presumably that is not an issue moving forward. So that's concern number one. And then our other concern is the southern extent of the fissure system, which it has reached, based on some of the reports we've had so far, the older January 14th flows right in here. So presumably those flows will continue to progress along. There's a little bit of a steepness and slope here, so I would expect this to be the eastern edge of that flow. And because this was the series of vents that opened up on January 14th, there's some built up topography and raised ground here. And so I would expect it to be confined between the edge of that January 14th flow and the base of these hills over here. So this is the area that it should flow through. It's going to take it a while, but it could get out into this area. It could start to impinge upon some of these barriers that have been erected, but hopefully they're effective at diverting. And I think I'm optimistic that they will be. This is a pretty big area for it to spread out and cover, so it's not like it's going to be concentrated into one little channel in there. So anyway, and then it's going to move along potentially over into this area here and out to sea. But we're probably many hours away from that, if that even goes down. So there's the flow advancing towards Grindavik, and it's moving quickly in terms of lava flows, but this is pretty flat ground. It's not flat, it's sloping, but it's gently sloping ground, and so it could still take a couple hours potentially for it to get there. The other thing to keep an eye on is how productive the vents are, because the vents are feeding the flows, and if the vents start to wane or slack off in terms of their production, then that's obviously going to affect the leading edge of the lava flow. So we might even see this drop down. And the other thing to consider too is as the flow front gets further and further away from the vents, it needs to have its supply maintained in order for it to progress further. So a lot of this depends upon exactly how this flow advances. Is it a thin sheet flow that's kind of wide, or is it channelized? And a lot of that will depend on the topography. So there's a lot of variables here that will dictate the speed at which this progresses, and if it fans out. There's just so many things we'll have to kind of monitor going forward. So let me circle back to you viewers, though. I think we've got enough views that are helpful that we can kind of scroll between. And let's look at see what questions you guys have. I think I got a second batch of questions from Susan, so let me find those really quick here. Here we go. So question batch number 2. Did we get to these? No, these are new ones. So from Martin Brockman, is there any clue as to how high those fountains are? Oh wait, maybe we did do these. No, these are new questions, sorry. We weren't sure exactly how tall those fountains were when we were watching those erupt. At this point, looking at the heights of these, again, I have no scale, no sense of it, so take my estimate with a grain of salt. Certainly tens of meters, and if some of these very productive explosive bursts that you see happen every so often, if someone told me those were around 100 to 150 meters, I wouldn't be surprised. So, Marrow, has anyone tried to estimate the height of the first burst? Not yet, not that I know of. Those first ones that we saw scrolling back on the webcams looked pretty big. Maybe upwards of, I don't know, like 300 meters, maybe 400 meters would not be surprising, but not sure exactly. From Ajax Rex, considering the negative quakes preceding this eruption, would it be better to lower the zero on the earthquake scale to account for them? Well, they've kind of done that already. They already are accounting for the negative quakes. It's encapsulating all the quakes with the site that we've been using here. So you can select for all the quakes. And yeah, it was, because this eruption occurred without the typical seismic signal that we had been seeing with the previous eruptions, which involved larger magnitude quakes and higher concentrated density of quakes. This one apparently occurred without as much. I mean, right there's a good view. We're looking at 4 hours. I mean, we can even take it back to 10 hours, but you're looking at 10 hours of data. That's pretty much the earthquake signal that we ended up getting. And now we can start to see there was a little bit of clustering there, not a lot of earthquakes, but a dozen or so that are presumably located where the fissure was, and so those are probably related to that. So I think they have lowered it to account for these negative ones, so there's they've been accounted for here. So let's see. Amanda Joe says there's lots of questions, and I'm not looking at the live chat right now, team. Sorry, there's just too many monitors open. Why there were so few and so small quakes prior to the eruption. I think the reason we didn't see a big, strong seismic signal is because the magma was pressurized. It may have been moving slowly and sluggishly through the pathways in the days and hours leading up to it, and possibly wasn't generating a lot of seismic noise. But ultimately, it appears because it took advantage of those pre-existing pathways, and those pre-existing pathways were presumably filled with magma from the December and February events. And so that magma was not completely cooled and solidified, nor was it completely hot and molten. And without being completely cooled and solidified, it won't behave brittly. So if you're not breaking rocks, you're not generating earthquakes. So this eruption that took place today occurred without the necessity that we typically see to break a lot of rocks and generate a lot of earthquake activity. And I think that's because it was coming through a pathway that was already clogged with magma, but magma that wasn't very fluid. It was somewhat viscous and somewhat cooled, and it was able to kind of push through and deform that without breaking it. And that's probably why we didn't see a lot of the seismic signal that we would typically see. If the magma is going to come up into a new place, it's going to have to break rock, it's going to have to widen fractures, and that's going to come with a lot of seismic indicators. Magnitude and frequency should be high in those instances. But here, the magma came up through a system that already had. I just wanted to get back to that view there for you. But presumably, it came through a system that already had magma in it, but the magma was somewhat viscous, had cooled a little bit, but not completely solidified back into rock. And so that's my long-winded, rambling best explanation for why we probably saw that type of signal there. Okay, let me finish up the page of questions from Susan. And there's just, 7 or 8 here, so it's not a long list. And maybe I've already covered some of them. Negative earthquakes, we kind of talked about that. From Helen, the Scottish Llama, would the early March magma run made eruptions, made the pattern harder to predict? Yeah, absolutely. We've talked about that. The March 2nd intrusion event definitely disrupted the system, changed probably a lot of the underlying factors, and made it more difficult. And again, prediction's not the word we want to use, but I think it generated a new pattern. Even though we're seeing today's eruption come up in the same place, and the magma system seems to be still preferring this pathway. This is the easiest pathway to the surface, is off to the east and through these fractures. I think the pattern that we had seen, and it was only a short-lived pattern, it was 3 eruptions, it was not statistically valid, but the inflation-deflation cycles we saw from the December eruption into the January eruption and into the February eruption, I don't think those hold true or held true after the March 2nd event. Let's see. From Nightburn, do you think because the magma run the other week will make this eruption longer? Potentially, because we have the magma influx into the system has been more or less constant, and because we have more days that have accumulated since that last eruption on February 8th, it is possible that we get a longer lived eruption at this time and a larger volume eruption. Now, that's not good news, especially as we look at this image of lava slowly advancing towards the town. But we're hopeful that the defenses will be helpful, and there's still a good possibility that this thing could fizzle out in the hours to come. Let's see, next question. Do you think, okay, that was the same question. What does the lava flow sound like? Flowing water or rumbling rocks? Thanks. Lava can make a lot of different sounds, like an lava, which is a very higher viscosity, kind of rolls over on itself. It makes lots of loud, imagine just someone dumping out a dump truck of gravel into your driveway, and it sounds a lot like that because there's always rocks falling off and rolling off. It's often called clinker sounds, or kind of a clinking noise. And then if it's a little bit hotter and a little bit more fluid, it's going to sound differently. It's going to kind of, sometimes you hear the bubbles pop and it makes it kind of creep. It sounds almost like, gosh, what's a good analogy? Like taffy being stretched, and it makes these little, as the gases come up, there's little popping sounds. I'm doing a terrible job trying to explain it, but hopefully that's a little bit helpful. And I was a little distracted too because I've got some stuff from Amanda Jo. So let me pause the questions quickly and see what she's got for me. And then I can resume the questions here. She says, scrolling to the bottom. So I answered the questions about the small quakes. Okay, looking for, so she sent me another webcam view. Let's see. Yeah, so this view here, let's see if we can get this up. Yeah, so this is looking from the town to the north, and because those flows are advancing, you can actually see some of the vents coming up here, and you can actually see it's getting a little bit closer to the town. What else did she send me? Um, she says, "Is this tephra on the cam?" And let me see which camera she's referring to here. I mean, you can't really see any, you're not going to be able to see any tephra on any of these views because it's nighttime and the tephra is being shot out into the sky. You might see like a little, essentially what we're seeing on these webcam views with the, let me just pick one here. Oh, here's a little different view of the flow headed towards the road. Right? Is that the near the power plant? That I can see the road there faintly, and then the lava flow coming through there. But to answer the question, every time this lava is shot up into the sky, at that moment it technically becomes tephra, even though it's a blob of lava. Now that blob of lava might cool, land on the ground, and then hit the ground as a big blob of lava that we'd call a volcanic bomb or a block. But anything that's shot out into the sky that is airborne is technically a piece of tephra. And I guess she's now clarifying with me that that was actually from a viewer. So I don't think we're seeing, what we're seeing on the webcams is we're seeing lava shot into the sky, so you technically could call that tephra, but most of that lava is landing back down around the vent, and it's still molten, so it's feeding lava flows. And then we're seeing a lot of gas dissipating with these as well. I don't think anything's explosive enough to be producing large amounts of tephra, like lots of, granular ash or anything like that. So, okay. And then, oh my gosh, if I get one more webcam open, I'm going to lose my mind. Okay, so she also sent me this view here, which we can see pretty well on this one. Can you maybe verify, Amanda Jo, that camera I'm looking at now, cam 1, that is the road north out of Grindavik, and that is the power plant in Blue Lagoon would be to the left, bottom left of that view, and that's the flow that's advancing to the west. That's my interpretation of that. If you can let me know if that's accurate, that would be great. Let's see, where are we at with this whole thing? How are you folks doing? It's like I finally just got back over to look at the chat and like, what's going on over there? Yeah, we'll go a little bit further with this. I don't want to. I want to, of course, keep watching what takes place, but also I want to make sure I've got two awesome people moderating for me. I want to be sensitive to their time commitment here. Yeah, tephra, new word. There you go. Tephra, T-E-P-H-R-A. Or we sometimes call it, I'll just add this to the chat. We sometimes call this also pyroclastic material. Volcanic material that becomes airborne. There you go, team. I got in there and helped you out a little bit. Yeah, tephra. Sorry if, yeah, kind of a weird word. Cool. Great. Let's see what else. So, yeah, I don't know. Gosh, I mean, I'll of course be watching this, but I don't know. I've never, like, are we going to live stream for 20 hours? I can't do that. I'll have to go to the bathroom at some point, and it's getting close to dinner time, so on and so forth. But we'll hang out here for a bit and maybe do some more questions. Is the flow headed towards the town? Let's take a look. Yes, the flow is headed towards the town. I'd like to at least maybe hang in here till we get one more. I'd like to hear another Met Office update. See what happens with this flow the road. And Amanda Jo did confirm that this is what the road I thought it was, that this is the road that goes past the power plant north from Grindavik. It's called Grindaviker Veger. I probably butchered that. But you can see, yeah, this is this lobe that's moving to the west. Here's the road, what is that, road 43 or whatever it's called. This is the main road from Grindavik that heads north towards the airport and to Reykjavik. It was covered partially in the February 8th event, but within a few days they were able to actually I didn't pave over the top of it, but reestablish the road over the top of that. So Amanda Jo is saying that on the news there in Iceland that it's being reported that this is the biggest of the eruptions so far, which is impressive, which isn't totally surprising to me because we've had so much time since the February eruption. The March 2nd event was just sort of magma leaking out off to the side. And it's possible that some of that magma that wasn't completely solidified from March 2nd, some of that might have been incorporated into this flow, and maybe we've emptied more of the reservoir, and that's maybe why we're seeing a higher amount. But again, this could end quickly, and then we would calculate the total volume, and it could be less. So there's different ways we quantify magma output. There's one that's like discharge, like how much volume per second. You can look at total amounts of magma, like total cubic meters, millions of cubic meters, if you will. You can look at the speed of the lava as one possible indicator. So there's lots of different ways to look at things. Yeah, you guys gonna order me DoorDash and I can just sit here and do this for a while? Maybe. Maybe. I'd have to turn the webcam off while I'm eating though. That'd be kind of gross. Yeah, let's see what else we have here. And again, I want to make sure that, I should have brought this perspective in earlier, but let's realize what's happening on this camera, right? Like this is this town with 4,000 residents who have called this home, many of which, even before today took place, were making other plans for their families in terms of letting the government buy out their house or maybe deciding to stay. And we don't know how this is all going to play out, but this is a slow motion disaster taking place here. We have this lava flow advancing slowly but steadily. We do have some defensive structures that we are optimistic are going to be helpful. They proved to be very helpful in January when we had the eruption on the 14th. But let's just remember while we get excited about the lava and stuff, I think we're all nervous as well, and there's a feeling, I guess, of trepidation, I suppose, with how this might play out with respect to especially this town, its homes, the harbor and the port that are so vital to this fishing village and the industry that's there. Again, I'm optimistic that either A, this thing will end sometime in the next few hours and really won't put a lot of pressure on Grindavik, and B, that these berms that they've erected around the town will actually be quite helpful. But there is the also potential that there could be some damage to the town. So we'll just have to see how this all plays out. Let's see. What else has she got for me here? Thanks for staying up late, Amanda Jo. From 3 minutes ago, the most powerful eruption yet. The current eruption is the most powerful so far, says geophysicist Magnus Tumi Gudmundsson, who has just returned from a helicopter flight over the eruption centers. The fissure that is active now is longer, about 3.5 kilometers. It extends from the northern side of Hagafelt and north to Stora Stogafelt. The whole crack is very active. So they're saying that currently the fissure and the vents are very productive in terms of their output. Continuing, based on the speed of the lava flow, he estimates it will not be long before it flows over Grindavikerberg. That's the roadway, so that's back to this view here. In an hour and a half, the lava had flowed about 1,200 meters to the south towards Grindavik. So in an hour and a half, once this thing got going, that lava moved 1.2 kilometers towards the town, and that would be back to this view more or less. Although this one shows, I think that's, yeah, the town's just over here, right? In this view, that's the lava flow moving towards the town, and I think I can make out the berm there. And this is from Thorbjorn. I believe so. He says he hopes that this is back to information from Amanda Joe. Now it becomes clear how quickly this decreases. Hopefully it will slow down quickly. The gases are the biggest so far, mostly gas coming out of the crater. He says he hopes that the defenses will protect Grindavik. Let's see. So let me see. She's got a couple other links for me here, so we'll just we'll stick with this cam view for now and see what's going on. Thanks again to Susan and Amanda Joe for all their help here. Wow, someone is going to be landing at the Keflavik airport Tuesday at 5 a.m. Yeah, might still be able to see something then. Who knows? Who knows? Okay, coming back to this thing here. Oh, and apparently, yeah, sorry, when I'm coming back to the video links, I'm not always updating it, so sorry, team. So let's make sure those are updated. Okay, so I think I'll stick with maybe this one for now. And let me go to a couple of these links from Amanda Joe. Just looking at this article here, so we can pull this over here for a second if you like. Fissure more than 3 kilometers, lava flows quickly. All this information up here we know. There's a nice aerial shot from the helicopter. And Paul Einerson, geophysicist, says it's difficult to say whether the volcanic eruptions will end in the near future. Some geoscientists had said that they believed it was likely that sequence events will end in late summer. It's almost impossible to say when this will end completely, says Paul. The chain of events is complex and multifaceted. Indeed. If the scenario is compared to the Krafla event in the north, the activity may even increase. He says this is a variation of a similar function. Just because events end at Svartsengi doesn't mean activity in the entire system ends. Svartsengi is just one player in this. Sequence of events on the Reykjanes is still in the stage of small eruptions. It's likely the second eruptions could be larger if the sequence of events is compared to Krafla. Then the eruptions become bigger about 5 years after the upheaval begins. So, yeah, and then some of the other things that Amanda Joe has sent us there. Yeah, so we can kind of come back to that and scan that. And then what else did she send me here? Oh, apparently we, here you go, team. This is for all of us. We made the news in Iceland. So thousands followed the American Geologist. Oh boy, is that me? American geologist Shawn Willsey is a big fan of volcanic eruptions and earthquakes. When it erupts, he's quick to turn on his webcam, examine the data, and show it all together on YouTube. Many thousands of people. Yeah, so there we go. So awesome. So we made the big time. We made the big time when we're in the Icelandic news station. That's kind of cool. Thanks for sending that, Amanda Joe. She says Coast Guard's going to do another assessment flight here pretty soon, so we can watch that as well once that's up and going. And I'm assuming, Amanda Joe, it'll be live like it was previously. So, okay. Let me pull up a couple other things here. Okay, so I've got the helicopter one there as well. Okay, let's see. I feel like I could be doing better things than just futzing my way through all the webcams. So, oh, she didn't know if they're doing a live flight with the Coast Guard. They're doing another assessment flight, but it may or may not be live, apparently. Thanks, Amanda Joe. Possible it is data gathering mission. Right, so they're taking the helicopter up again for sure, but they may or may not be collecting, well, they'll probably be collecting data, but they may or may not be doing live video that we can watch while they're up there. So we'll have to see how that all plays out here. Let me just send a quick email to someone, and then we can do another reset, maybe look at some of the other possibilities. I would sort of expect that the Met Office might have that map out sometime soon, or there could be some sort of map produced soon. Let me come back to you, good viewers, though, and I appreciate you for being here with me, joining me. I have no idea if, like, are other people doing this? Is there lots of options? Is it just me and you and some crazy people together here? Let's see. It's getting close to Grindavik. Yeah, I think we're kind of watching that play out. Creeping very slowly. This camera's from quite a ways away, so it's probably a little hard to track the movement. I think this flow, I think if I had to, take a stab at this, we're more likely to see the lava flow going across the road towards the power plant Blue Lagoon area before we see the lava flow near the berms in Grindavik, if I just had to guess. So, someone says they think it just reached the berm. How would we know that, though? How do you know? Maybe. I guess that makes sense. Is this the greenhouse right here? If that's the greenhouse, I think you might be right. The berm kind of wraps around this way. Gosh, it'd be great to get a little bit more of an aerial view here. So if that happens, what are you good folks saying? "15 minutes ago, the flow was 600 meters from the road near the power plant," says Amanda Joe. So that's back to this view here. So it's about a half a kilometer from the roadway. And that was 15 minutes ago. Yeah, so quite likely could get there pretty quickly. The vents still seem pretty active. So, I mean, in terms of like, what are my thoughts? What am I analyzing here? I'm watching it with you good folks as best I can. It doesn't appear, I know a lot of the webcams are now sort of focused more on the flows as they get closer to some of the infrastructure. So we don't have some of these zoomed in views, but this view here, this camera here nicely shows that the entire length of the fissure is still active. It's still pumping out lava. And so as long as that continues, that's going to feed these distal flow lobes that are moving downhill, progressing to the west, in this case, towards the power plant and Svartsengi, or the power plant in the Blue Lagoon area, and then also the flow that is headed to the south towards Grindavik. So I think we can say that, I think we can definitely say that this event, even in just this short amount of time, seems to have progressed and occupied a pretty big swath of real estate. I guess the February one had some pretty, its extent was pretty pretty distant as well when you consider these channels here. The January 14th one was fairly small. If you just look at the footprint of it on the map here. The February one was much more extensive in terms of the space it occupied. The December event, although it really came out roaring, it erupted mostly further to the north and into some more flat ground, and so it did not cover maybe as much area like laterally in terms of being extensive. But this one that we have here, if it gets over to the road here, we're going to have this all filled in with lava in this region. This here all being part of and we've got some of this extending off to the east. Who knows how far those flows will advance, although those are of less importance to us right now. And then the southern extent here, if it's true that it's pretty much up against the January flow and starting to impact the berm down here, I guess what I'm saying is that this one already, just a couple hours into it, seems to look like it has a fairly extensive and laterally, I don't know what the right word here is, but a large footprint in terms of the where the lava has actually reached has been pretty extensive. Let's go back to some of the views here. Just kind of scroll through those. Oh, I need to make sure that the little red light's on, so we're getting the active view. And let me check some of the other webcams too I've got on this other, whoops, not that one, although that one might be, let's see what this one looks like. I think this is zoomed in. There's the road and there's the flow advancing there, and obviously it's a little distorted maybe with some of the gases coming through, so the resolution is not quite crisp. Let me pull over to this one here. Sorry, team. Oh, what did I do there? I think I went off that one. Trying to get all the cameras up. Yeah, so the close view here is not awesome. I mean, that's the lava, even though it doesn't maybe look like it here. And you can see the road and I think what they're doing here now, and I think Amanda Jo mentioned this as well, is that remember where the roadway is, there's a gap to allow the road through. So now they're like filling in the gap to make the berm continuous across the roadway. And so there's a lot of that going on now. Yeah, Amanda Jo, I just saw your message, and I'll be okay. I've got other options, but thank you. Tell Susan I said thank you. Yeah, so it sounds like our moderators are okay. Keeping going a little bit longer. So just want to make sure what we've got here. Okay. Okay, let me look at a couple other things here. Sorry, team, just juggling messages, juggling lots of stuff, but trying to look at things and pull up things and have a coherent train of thought while you're talking is a lot to do. We're monitoring this together. I'm curious, and we don't have to necessarily do this, but I wonder if we mainly have Western Hemisphere viewers right now, or are there a bunch of night owls in Europe watching this? Yeah, and some folks asking for a recap. I'm not going to be in Europe tomorrow. I leave for Europe on Wednesday, and I'll be there on Thursday. Let's see. Yeah, the live chat's moving so quick, it's hard for me to keep up with it all. The MBL viewer. Okay, so there's a different view maybe. Let me pull up. Let me try to get a different, yet another webcam. Okay. So let's see if I can get this other webcam up. I feel like I have just so many cameras up. All right, I'm going to close that down. I will do a recap here in just a second, folks. Let me organize my chaos first. Apologize. Got way too many tabs open. Here's a closer view of the flow and the road from that's near the Blue Lagoon. So we're probably down to just a couple hundred meters now until that gets close. And let's see. Oh, this one might be good here. Okay, so I've got a good view here. I'm going to switch you guys over to this one. And we can clearly see here the lava flow and the berm. So now we've got enough light. So there's the greenhouse. There's Grindavik to the right. We're looking to the east. And the lava flow is in contact with the defensive berm. Looks like there's a secondary flow channel over here. And so what we don't want to see is it going over the top. So hopefully this lava then is routed to the southeast along the berm, which will take it around the town and around a lot of the infrastructure that exists here. So I think this will be a critical one to watch moving forward. So I'm going to leave this one up for now. And I can do a quick recap. I know people might be jumping on. You didn't know what was happening. It sounds like we do have people in all over the place, Western Hemisphere, Australia, Europe, all sorts of places that are jumping on. Oh, and our friend Lisa is here moderating as well. Thank you, Lisa. Hope it's not a crazy hour for you down there in New Zealand. So if you're just joining us, it is about 5:13 here in Idaho. That would make it 11:13 p.m. Iceland time, and about 8:30, give or take a few minutes, Iceland time is when this eruption began. It began, interestingly, without a lot of precursory seismic activity. So while we did have some earthquakes, the earthquakes that preceded this eruption were fairly small. Not like the typical bigger quakes we get, bigger being, 1s, 2s, 3s, and 4s. A lot of the quakes were much smaller than that. And the earthquakes only preceded the actual eruption by maybe less than half an hour, I would guess, like 15, 20 minutes, something like that. The Met Office did have they did put out a press release that basically hit the web basically only a few minutes before the eruption actually began. The eruption's location, just to give you a quick overview, and then I'll take you back to the webcam. The eruption's location is fairly similar to what we saw in December and February, a series of fissures that extend from Stora Stogafelt down to the south. Let me actually take you to the Met Office map, which will be a little bit more instructive. So there's the fissure, about 3.5 kilometers long, shown in red. The purple is the last two, two of the previous eruptions, one in December in dark purple, and the lighter purple shade would be the February eruption. So this began again about a little less than 3 hours ago. It's been pretty productive. The fissure system is still actively erupting along its entirety, more or less. The lava flows from that eruption. We hope to have a good map out sometime soon, but let me just show you with this one. I think this will be helpful. The lava flows from this eruption have progressed laterally from the fissure, both to the east and to the west. The eastern flows we haven't talked a whole lot about because those ones aren't as impactful. They're not threatening any infrastructure, so I can't tell you exactly how far out to the east those flows have progressed. On the western side of the fissure system, we have lavas that have extended out to the west and are now, as we speak, within a few hundred meters of this roadway here. Let me zoom in just a skosh for you. So we have this lobe that's more or less where I'm showing you here, and it should be crossing the road probably within the next hour for sure. This all assumes that the lava continues to erupt. That will provide the push, if you will, for that flow. It will be interesting as I look at this map. This purple lobe here is from February 8th. This followed a little gully, a little channel, a low spot in the topography. What I don't know, I don't have the data for how high this lava flow built up the land after it occurred. If it built up the land to something 10 meters or more in height, then there's a good chance that this flow that's happening right now will not be able to move on, will not be able to get up on top of this area, not be able to progress over here to the north, and will then be confined to the region between the berms, which are shown in yellow, and this channel from February 8th. I don't know how that's going to all play out, but I'm a little concerned with this little choke point right here because the lava supply coming out of the fissure is quite large. And if all that gets channelized, if it's flowing through this wider area here, but if it gets pinched down at this choke point here, there's a very good chance that it will overtop the berm and or also right up onto this older flow. And so that would put it at danger of possibly impacting the power plant and its infrastructure and maybe even the Blue Lagoon. But we can hope that it maybe somehow stays in that channel. If it's able to move through that system quickly without inflating and piling up, there's a chance it could move through here and then out into this open area out here to the west. Again, we're a long ways from seeing if that actually plays out, but that's a possibility. But this is, I'm not worried. The roads, the lava's going over the road. That's a foregone conclusion. I think once it gets past the road, seeing what happens right here is going to be a really key indicator. So that's what's happening. That's on one front. We're monitoring this situation pretty closely here. The other thing we're monitoring closely is the southern edge of this fissure system has been supplying a lava flow which has progressed steadily over the last hour and a half to 2 hours. Has gone down this valley between Hagafelt and this shield volcano here. This area here has a series of vents, spatter cones, and high topographic features that erupted on January 14th. So my guess is that not a lot of the lava will be able to move on top of this area here. I think it's too high topographically. So that means that the lava flow is going to advance. It might get into some of this low area here, but I don't think a lot of it will be able to progress to the west. Maybe it can find a path through there. I just don't know yet. And so my guess would be a lot of that flow will start to come over here towards this berm here, this L12 section of the defensive measure. And from then, hopefully, if that is able to divert the flow will just stay on the east side of these two segments and flow to the southeast, crossing the road, and then ultimately heading out towards the coastline. We're probably, it might take another day or 12 hours or so for it to get that far. So we'll have to kind of see how the whole eruption progresses moving forward. But that's a recap so far. So hopefully that was helpful. Looking at some of the webcams here, that's what we've been doing, is just kind of monitoring this with the webcams. I've been trying to jump over to the live chat a bit and provide some information there as well. Let's see. Any other webcam views that are helpful that I can... Yeah, it looks like the fissure's still, I mean, I can't say it's as productive as it was at the beginning, but it doesn't seem to really be waning to a large degree based on what I'm seeing. So it looks like it's likely to continue for the next couple hours potentially. Let me actually put this one in. There we go. So we have this one there. And Amanda Jo's been sending me stuff this whole time. Appreciate her being in Iceland and being able to keep me and you much more updated than we would be otherwise. Oops, sorry about that. Let's see if we can find what she just sent me here. She has... Looking at the lava from the berm. Is this just another webcam? Looking at the lava, oh, at the berm. So many webcams, team. That one we've got that one. Okay. Yeah, that one's not, it's panning a little bit. I think that one you sent me, Amanda Jo's looking to the west. Perhaps. The blinking lights in this view are the naval tower. Okay. Let me update it. Oh, okay, yeah. So that is looking to the east. So the other one she sent me, I can throw this one up here too. What's another webcam, right? We'll just go crazy. Okay, so we got that one. That's looking to the east, but then this one's looking from the opposite direction. So the town's over here. The blinking lights here are just to the west of town, and this shows more or less the extent of the fissure system. And the hill, I believe here, I think that's Hagafelt, I believe. That you can see the flow coming on this side, the near side of Hagafelt. So more of the multi-view things here. Let's make sure that one's updated. There we go. Yeah, now you can start to see on this one. This one's kind of got a either water drop on the lens or it's foggy or something's going on, not clear. But you actually see it start spreading out, and you actually see it impacting the defensive berm. Of course, we can see it much better on this view here. This is probably the best one to see that. So it looks like it's going well so far. It's crazy how intensely bright on the webcams the flows are. Pretty awesome. So we'll just hang in here for a while together. Yeah, and thanks to the moderators for keeping folks happy over there and keeping things going. Let's just check a few other things. And I think they've got a lot of I don't think they're allowing any folks with drones to fly over the site. I think they've got it probably somewhat restricted in terms of some of the activities taking place there. check a few other things. Yeah, so I think we're watching here. Let's go back to, because I remember I had said that the Blue Lagoon Road was probably going to be the first piece of infrastructure to possibly be compromised. So let's head to that. So Amanda Joe is sending me some more stuff. Let me grab that real quick. You know, it's just great that we're in a time when we can do this, right? Like I'm in here in southern Idaho, you're wherever you are, and we're on these webcams watching an eruption take place at night on the Reykjanes Peninsula in Iceland. Pretty incredible. So yeah, this camera here is the flow going around the berm. So this view and this one are somewhat similar, although this one, I might get rid of this camera just for now because this one's, it's a little bit blurry there, but this one here is pretty nice. Let's see. Oh, she just, yeah, sent me the larger view of that one, which may be easier to see things too. So let's throw that in the mix too, just another camera. So yeah, now instead of having the multi-view one, we're just looking specifically at this one. There's the greenhouse, the town, there's the berm, and now again with just so much of the sky lit up with the incandescent glow of the lava, you can just really see things nicely here. So even though it's not daytime, so if we had a webcam close enough to, yeah, the Blue Lagoon area, how much we'll be able to see. Oh, and now they're able to zoom in. But when they zoom in there, so it is right up against the berm. You can actually see that right there. Looks like the flow though, look where it's moving here, team. Looks like the active channel is back here. So that's good news. It's more of the active flowing channel is on the back side here, moving parallel more or less to the berm. I wasn't seeing a lot of lava flowing up against the berm, which can sometimes be problematic because it could build up and then possibly overtop it. So it's nice to see that little zoomed in view. We'll leave this one up for a while. We might scroll around through some of the other ones. Thanks for sending that, Amanda Joe. And let's see. Yeah, thanks for everyone for jumping on. We have a big audience here tonight or today or whatever time it is. Do you think the lava could reach the ocean east of Grindavik? That's from Lordo 1010. Possibly. I think it's going to take, I mean, we're looking at pretty, let's look at the map again. So we're right here. I think actually where we saw, I think this point, let's go to this camera. Yeah. I think that point, oh, you actually, some of the lava may be flowing there. I wonder if that, this prominent point that shows up in the webcam here, I wonder if that could be this point right here where we have these two intersecting segments of the diversion structure. So given that the lava has been able to move in, what, 2 hours from here to there, I think it's well within the realm of possibility if the flow rate at the vents continues that it could get down to the coastline maybe in just, you know, maybe in like 3 or 4 hours potentially. So we'll have to wait and see. And that was the closer view there. There's that view. That one's kind of helpful too. Yeah, the greenhouse. Let me see where the greenhouse is, because the flow, the greenhouse is here. Yeah, I think it's right. I think that point, just kind of looking spatially at where everything lines up. I'm talking myself into that prominent point on the webcam is where those two segments intersect. And we've got one that extends this direction, or maybe kind of towards us a little bit here, and then one that goes off to the southeast. Interesting. Amanda Joe says, questions from someone she knows here in Iceland. Could there be another eruption at the fissure that opened at town in January? Okay, that's a really good question. That's probably worth spending a minute or two here. So the question, excuse me, is we haven't really, let me just address, so the question is, we've got the fissure and the vents that have opened up here, more or less coinciding pretty well with the December and the February flow fields and their eruptive vents. The January event was a little different because it was much further to the south, closer to town, and it did have this main fissure vent that opened here, some of which was on the south side of the berm, most of which was on the north side. That's why you see this channel that went off to the west here. But then there was a secondary fissure that opened up just right behind those houses that we actually caught on my live stream while we were flying a drone around, which was just incredibly awesome luck and just really cool, but still sad at the same time because we watched 3 houses burn. So the question is, could this thing reoccupy some of these existing fissures here? I would say right now, no. I would say right now the lava is able to get to the surface very easily through these vents. The only way that we would see it possibly pop up here, either the fissure system lengthening or maybe a new fissure opening up, would be if the vents aren't able to accommodate the pressure in the system, which I don't think is going to be the case. But if there was a surge in the magma supply and these vents that are right now opened and active, if those somehow could not accommodate the volume of magma being fed to the surface, then that would necessitate either lengthening the system or other vents breaking open. So hopefully that sets your friend's mind at ease. I would say that's a very low probability outcome based on what we're seeing right now. I'd say it's not 0, but less than 10%. So hopefully that's helpful. Okay, back to some of our views here. And this one's pretty good here. Yeah, so it looks like we're seeing, I mean, the good news here, team, is we're not seeing any of the orange hot stuff coming over the berm, right? It doesn't even seem to be advancing. It seems to be spreading out. There's a big secondary channel off here to the east. That's great. It can just keep going that way because that's going to take it away from the town. But the defensive walls so far look like they're doing a great job of keeping this current flow lobe, and you can just see a little bit of an orange tint here. So it's my guess, if we could stand on top of this thing and look down, I bet it's progressed to about this point right here, that this lava flow channel is reached this point here where it kind of changes direction. There might be a little bit coming this way, but most of it's being directed to the southeast along the defensive berm in this manner right here. And so what we might see moving forward, this is just going to stay bright here, but we might start to see more of that glow head down into this direction here, which is going to be great news. And so, gosh, well done, Iceland. I think these little defensive berms that you were able to put on the landscape in a really amazingly short period of time seem to be doing well. They're not perfect. We know they can be compromised and breached. It was bad luck when part of the fissure system on January 14th erupted in the berm and south of the berm on the wrong side of it. And this one was really a bad location. But they seem to be doing really well for now. What we want to do is try to find... Yeah, and there you can see the flow right there. So they've zoomed in. There's not a lot of movement on this side that I'm detecting. There's a little bit of downslope movement here, but mostly it's ponding here. But the most active channel looks like it's parallel to the berm there, which is great news, that it's mainly flowing along that path there. That's really good. Okay, Amanda Joe, 5 minutes ago, lava could flow into the sea in the next few hours. So there you go. That someone asked me, and I said more or less the same thing. But geophysicist Magnus Tumi Gudmundsson, who went on a helicopter flight over the eruption centers earlier this evening, says that if the lava flow continues at the same speed, lava could flow into the sea within a few hours. It would then be along the defenses to the east of Grindavik. Magnus Toomey points out, however, that in recent eruptions, the intensity of the eruptions has decreased after the first few hours, and therefore it's not certain this will happen. I agree with everything there, that if this thing starts to really drop, and we did see some of the prior eruptions really drop quickly and dramatically, which could still happen here, then it would not make it that far. But if the lava output at the vents continues more or less with what it is now, we will probably see these flows reaching the coastline within the next few hours. Last little bit of the update from Amanda Joe that I was just reading. The crack that opened up at 8:23 p.m. this evening is about 3.5 kilometers long and extends from the northern side of Hagafelt to the north of Stora Stogafelt. In an hour and a half, the lava had flowed about 1,200 meters to the south towards Grindavik and had about 200 meters left to reach the defenses when the helicopter was in the air. So thanks for that update, Amanda Joe. I'm not able to move around so quickly. Okay. Let's see what this says here. And maybe this is where she's getting it from. Okay, so let's keep watching that flow there to see how it goes by. How things look. Sending a quick message real quick here, and then we'll look at a couple other things. Oh, Amanda Joe, about the water pipes. Excuse me. I got to get to the bottom. The hot water pipeline from Svartsengi to Grindavik has been dug a little into the ground, and soil fill has been shoveled over in a long section. A quote, our plans assume that the lava can flow over there and the pipes will remain intact underneath. A considerable amount of soil was placed over it and compacted well, creating a kind of lava bridge. So they basically have buried the pipes, put soil and compacted it on top of it so that the radiant heat from the lava flow going downward doesn't impact the pipes at all. As MLB.ice has reported, there's less than 2 kilometers for one of the lava tubes that formed from the eruption to reach the hot water pipe. Okay, so that's what's going on there. Okay, and then I did find so here's well, actually I kind of did find it because it was sitting on the page that Amanda Joe sent me. So this is a quick little video clip from one of the Iceland news stations, and they had a reporter down on the ground near the flows. So there you can see the flow behind her. Not sure exactly which direction we're looking there. I would assume this is the lava channel that's near the road to the Blue Lagoon and the power plant, because that's going to be the most accessible, right? Yeah, and there's the hill right there, so I'm almost positive that's where that's at. So that's that lava flow that's moving. So you can see some of the this is what we call slabby pahoehoe, the way this is moving, just these big slabs of crust breaking apart, kind of rolling over themselves, but still pretty incandescent fluid just below. So that's pretty typical behavior coming out of these sort of fire fountain vents and then moving down slope. Yeah, so nice little video segment there, just showing these flows up a little bit more close and personal. So pretty nice. And so there's our view back at Grindavik. The fissures still look like they're really quite productive. Let's try updating a couple of these other webcams. So that's looking to the west. Grindavik is down here, probably hidden behind a little bit of a ridge. Yeah, we can see that's progressed a little further than where we had it previously. So if we go back, you can actually see how it's back here. Now I'll move it forward. So it's progressing right along the defensive things there. Good stuff there. And I think we saw all these other ones. Yeah, and I can still see the lava flowing there. And look how far it is now. Like, look how far down the down along the wall it's progressed there. And there's that secondary one just coming into view. So this one's going to come down. I don't know if it'll merge with this one. My guess is it'll stay sort of more or less parallel. Going to flow over this way. Good stuff. Yeah, how are you doing, friends? Let me come over to the live chat. Would it be awful if I took like a bio break here, like maybe 3 minutes? I'm going to shut my webcam down and turn my mic off, but leave everything up. I'm going to run down to the restroom, get a drink of water, and then I'll be right back. Does that work for folks? I've been sitting in the chair for I don't know how many hours now. I guess at least 2. So Stephanie said I can take a break. So if it's good enough for Stephanie, it's good enough for me. So okay, webcam off, mic off, and I will be back with you in just a few minutes. So you guys enjoy the view there, and I will jump back on here with you in a second. Hey, sorry. How are you? Good, how are you? Oh, I'm good. Just trying to clean these windows. Yeah, you can leave my office. There's an eruption in Iceland, and I'm live streaming and blah, blah, blah. Oh. Yeah. So. Bad eruption? What's that? Is it a bad one? No, it's lava, but it's moving towards the town, and we've got these berms built up. Oh, okay. That's good at least. Right. a chance it could go, if it keeps going, it'll go out towards the ocean.
Ooh.
And what else? And then there's a lobe that's going towards like the Blue Lagoon, so it's probably going to take out the power, or the road by the power plant. Anyway, so there's like all these things kind of slowly developing. So it's and the moderators are all kind of fine staying on. I have all 3 of them on.
Yeah.
So I'm like, well, let's kind of just keep going, I guess. There's a lot of people donating, so.
Oh my goodness.
All right.
Send me your order. I'll go get it for you here.
Okay, thank you.
Love you. Bye.
Bye. Oh, apparently there was a hot mic moment. Sorry about that. I was calling in my food order to my wife, so you guys got all of that. I wonder what else I said. Did I say anything else that was incriminating? If I did, one of you would tell me that I said something incriminating, and it sounds like the worst thing I said was that I love you. That's not that bad, right? And she's bringing me some dinner because she's awesome. Yeah, I thought I muted, but apparently I didn't. So there you go. Awesome news. Okay, well, I'm back. Thank you all for being here. Yeah, luckily there wasn't a hot mic down in the bathroom. So good news. Yeah, and I want to go ahead and thank all the folks who have provided donations today for the channel. So I'll just give these folks a shout out, and if I miss anyone, I apologize. But Annie Rouleau, Lynn Rogers, Richard, I can't see the rest of his name. Starts with Shu. Sorry, it's only showing me part of them. Tammy Lynn, Sindri Carl, Lynn Marie, Fernie. Thanks to all who have helped provide some support for the channel. It is much appreciated, and we do thank you. All promoting geology education. So thanks so much, friends. Okay, let's see. You guys might be enjoying the hot mic thing for a while. But I'm going to get back to the live stream. I'll have to remember that when she shows up with the food to mute the mic better completely so that you don't have to hear me eating or anything. Janie Bunnell, thanks so much for your donation. Awesome. Yeah, and there's different ways to do that. I think you guys see like a super thanks or some other button on your end. I'm not sure exactly what that looks like. Twilight McLeod, thanks so much. Awesome. Yeah, I just love what's happening right now. I love that we're doing this. I really love that the lava's moving away from Grindavik. It's just great to have a community of people that are interested in everything we're doing here. So I think when I tell my wife later that the mic was on while we had a chat, she'll just roll her eyes, and she's used to it. Come on. Okay, back in the saddle. Let's see here. What have we got going on? So we've got that view there. Looks like there. Okay, so this is good. So there's the road to north from Grindavik near the power plant and the Blue Lagoon. And so we can see there how close that flow is to the road. And again, no sense of measuring, but that could be 100 meters or so, friends. That could be pretty close. We can see some of the emergency vehicles there. And we can actually see, you can see some of these lobes progressing. They're zoomed in really tight there. Kim Denise, thanks for everything there. I'll be sure that we spread that around for the whole team. The moderators are awesome. Darker Binding, Rick Sanderson, Kay Jeb, thank you so much. So, and I'll try to make sure I give folks their shout outs, but realize too I'm kind of watching the webcams. That Fisher system's still cranking. Like, it does not show any signs of slowing down anytime soon. So I think we're going to have to deal with lava crossing the road north of Grindavik. I think we're going to have to deal with lava and this is something we didn't have to deal with on February 8th. We did not really have the February 8th lava flows touching or in contact with the defensive berm around the Blue Lagoon and the power plant. But I think tonight, with this eruption, we are going to see that happening. Does look like some of these vents are becoming a little bit concentrated, so it could be slowing down just a skosh. Notice that you have these discrete plumes, but then there's sections along the fissure's length where you don't see anything coming up. But nonetheless, this is still an incredibly long, almost 4 kilometer long fissure, a tremendous amount of lava that has been pumped out of the system. It'll be interesting to see what the estimates are in terms of total flow coming out of it. Thank you, Patty. Appreciate it, from Bali. In a different camera, it looked like it might hit the town. Yeah, I think we're okay with the town for now because we have the defensive berm there. Thank you, Biker Trash, for your donation. Much appreciated. Yeah, so now we're looking south at the flow field. Is that true? I think so. Frank Blau, thank you. Much appreciated. Yeah, and then these are the 2 lobes. There's a little bit of land between them. And then this is the one, am I getting this right? Hopefully. The ones that are south towards town. Yep, so there's the berm right there. And these are the 2 that are now moving to the southeast of the town. Okay, thank you, Amanda Joe, for that message. I meant to mention this when we talked about lava going into the ocean. And thank you, Gene Howard from London, and Wendy Garish. Wow, so many generous people. I can't express my thanks enough for just helping promote all the good things we do here. Patsy, awesome. You guys are great. Thanks so much. That should at least cover the food that my wife's bringing me, right? Yeah, hopefully. Okay, but Amanda Joe has a viewer who wants to know from Kat, if the lava meets the ocean, is there any risk of seeing anything explosive? I know lava and water can mean bad news. So let's talk about that scenario here, team. So if we get, and it might be more a case of when, not if at this point. If we get this lava flow from the south end of the fissure, we know that the lava's already made it to this point, right? Where this defensive berm has these 2 segments here. It doesn't look like a lot of it. It's sort of pooling up on top of the January 14th flow, not really progressing to the west. Most of it's moving to the east right along the berm. And we hope that continues. We hope none of it overtops the berm. At this point, I mean, we're probably a good 1.5 kilometers from the ocean. So what's going to happen when that lava crosses the roadway down here along the coastline and enters the water? So a couple things to look for. There will be, obviously, the lava flowing into the ocean is going to vaporize a good portion of the lava, or excuse me, of the seawater. And so you're going to see a lot of water vapor, steam, if you will, going up into the atmosphere. And because we'll have the glow of the lava, that incandescent glow, it's going to be pretty bright. So that's something to look for. What else? In terms of explosivity, it depends on how much gas this lava has still retained as it's flowed from this vent down this 3, 4, 5 kilometer section to the coastline. It's very likely that it will be somewhat explosive, that you might see fragmenting of the lava. This would assume that we could see it, well during the daytime or whatever, but things being thrown out around the vent. And what it will do eventually is it will build a lava delta. So think of like where a river goes into the ocean. Where water goes into the ocean, that water carries sediment, and as it meets the ocean, it deposits the sediment out at that coastline and builds a delta. So we could have a lava delta building out into the ocean. The water out here is pretty shallow. Let's check and see on Google Earth. This is the pathway it'd be most likely to take. And if we get out here, well, the resolution's just not awesome here. Yeah, this is not super helpful. I'll just go back to the other one there. But we could get lava propagating out to the southeast, building out a lava delta. At the forefront of it, you'll see intense plumes of water vapor and those volcanic gases. It would be a nasty place to be. This is typically in Hawaii. These types of places are the types of places you don't want to be. So while you could be watching this eruption take place even now from one of these hills or vantage points that's elevated above the lava flow, you would not want to be down here along the coastline when the lava meets the ocean, because it can be explosive. The volcanic gases can actually form aerosols, and it can actually form little, I don't want to call it rain cloud, but you can actually get precipitation, acidic rain falling out of the sky from that interaction. So it will be somewhat explosive, but it's not going to produce big ash clouds that are transported over large distances. It's going to be a very locally explosive event. You wouldn't want to be within a few hundred meters of it. So that's what we're looking for. If the lava gets down to the coastline, it will flash a lot of the water to steam. It will go into the water and eventually build up from the bottom of the beach, as it's going into the water upwards. It'll start building out a lava delta. What will the shape of the lava delta be? How big will it be? That all depends on the output from this vent and how long this thing goes. So those are some of the things to look towards. In terms of Grindavik, right now, if that lava gets down to the coastline, given the eastward, the winds blowing out of the east right now, east to west, we would probably have some tephra, ash, and slightly larger particles, maybe up to, depending how strong the winds are, maybe up to like fist-sized particles falling out of the sky in and around this area of Grindavik. But that is much better. That is a much better outcome than having lava flowing into the town, which is near total destruction. So, yeah, we might explore that a little bit more, but those are some thoughts I had just thinking about that right now. Let's kind of check things out. So there's that lava flow all along the berm. They're going to need to move the camera further. There's that secondary lobe coming down out of the north. And then Amanda Joe is telling me there is a new Met Office update. So let's check it out and see. Okay, so they have a new hazard map, it looks like. Here's a quick summary if you're just kind of catching up with this in terms of where it occurred between Hagafelt and Stora Stogafelt. Similar to the February 8th eruptive location, and the lead up to the eruption was short, but it began about 8:23. So this is as of 11:40 p.m. So that was, yeah, that's pretty recent. The risk assessment in light of the eruption and the development of lava flows from the eruption fissure. Lava continues to flow south and southeast. The speed of the lava is estimated from the Coast Guard surveillance flight is about 1 kilometer per hour. That's pretty quick, team. That's covering a kilometer in an hour. If you can sustain that, that lava will end up covering a large patch of ground. If the force of the eruption remains unchanged, the scenario is possible that it reaches the sea just east of the Thorkatlu neighborhood in Grindavik, which I guess is this area just to the east of Grindavik. So they still don't have the flow field mapped, and we might not get that till many hours from now. So we'll have to see moving forward. Oh, thanks for the folks with the donations. I just haven't been watching that the last few minutes, but John LeGroux, Peggy Mensler, Barbara, Jen, Susie, Ona, Meg, all sorts of great people donating, and it's much appreciated. Thanks so much. I missed someone. DJ Nellis, thank you. Okay, so let's look at this hazard map. And it's going to take a second to load, but it looks like mainly what they've done here is this is just a good way for them to communicate exactly what the known hazards are in given areas for a specific time. So the old hazard map, which existed last week prior to this eruption, that is obsolete, and now this new hazard map becomes a much more helpful document or graphic, I suppose, that helps guide decisions with public officials. So what they have here in the purple, that's the active zone where the eruption is taking place. And then the red zones are areas of other hazards. And it looks like they've expanded. There's a little strip out here to the east, hazard zone 6, the area around the Blue Lagoon. And so these numbers aren't ranked. These are just designated regions. Just numbers, I suppose, the way I understand it. But then the known hazards are listed here, and a couple of these, I mean, it is all in Icelandic, but cracks in the ground, that's earthquakes, lava fissures. Yeah, so these are the things to be aware of in these locations. And I think because the lava flow has progressed down to the berm and is wrapping around the eastern defensive walls in the city, that's why the whole town area is in red. We already have lava flows out here, that's why that's in red. And we have lava flows moving through hazard zone 5, which really doesn't have a lot of infrastructure, but it's probably already into zone 1 and advancing towards the Blue Lagoon. So good stuff. So Met Office is on it. They are providing updates as regularly as they can. This is that flow, and faintly I can just make out, you can see the car there. This is the flow that's advancing slowly towards the Blue Lagoon Road. And I guess I was wrong, because I thought, I was wrong. I stated maybe an hour or two earlier that I thought this flow would get to the road before this flow got to the defensive berms, but that was not the case. There was apparently a lot more lava coming out of that southern end of the fissure, moving a lot more quickly down that slope, and so we're seeing a lot of that in that area there. So interesting. Thank you, Jody Larson and Tom and Dana and Andrew and Robin. Wow, so many great people. And Lake Girl and JMC. Good stuff. Thanks for all your support of this historic event. We're here together, wherever you're at, comfortably, hopefully, watching this eruption play out in real time in Iceland, a place we've been monitoring for the past few months. And I am not a news anchor. I am not a professional live streamer. I am a geology professor that is interested in this and who also likes sharing these events with the public. So that's my role. Semi-professional, of course. I wish they gave me zoom functionality on some of these cameras, because see this little, what's going on right there? Is that just a little bit of lava? I guess we can see it. Oh yeah, there it is. So is that some of it riding up over, I don't think it's coming up over the berm. I think it's riding up onto these older flows. But a lot of times as this lava encounters an obstacle, and it's partially crusted over, we can see that with some of these black patches here. you can get the whole lava flow as it continues to be supplied with more lava from upslope. It can actually inflate to some degree, and so it can actually rise topographically as it comes in. And I am seeing a little bit more movement right through here. Again, the color of the lava suggests it's fairly cool. You can see it's much brighter orange over here. This lava flow is apparently pretty hot, although it's further away, so I don't know how much the depth perception matters. But you can see this flow here still moving. I can still see movement here, but it looks like there was some slow, sluggish movement here as well. Again, nothing alarming, but interesting. You can kind of make it out in both the further away view and the closer view. And I guess we saw it there as well. So for now, things look good for Grindavik. I wonder if this little... Interesting to see the progression over time. I'm just kind of taking the time sequence back. So about an hour ago, it looks like about an hour ago is when it first reached the defensive berm. And what's really interesting here, if I can convince myself of it, maybe. It seems like, let me go back and see if you guys agree with me on this little armchair quarterbacking analysis. This farther lobe, I wonder if it's carrying a greater supply of lava than this one is, because it moves really quickly across this section over here. So if you watch this kind of progress, I mean, obviously this is running into the berm, so that's slowing it down, but it is moving along it a little bit. But that further lobe really sort of cuts the distance between. I don't know. Maybe I've been sitting in this chair too long. Yeah, who knows? I was also trying to see if this little neck of land in between the two, if it was getting thinner over time. So, great. And some other folks donating. Thanks so much. Dark Vixens, Gemma Nev, Susan Godfrey, Robert Somerville. Thanks so much. Appreciate your generosity. I think I got everyone else. If I missed you, I really apologize. The chat moves quick. Yeah, thanks for all the kind wishes. We have a great community here. Susie Godfrey, if I got you. Linda Archinal, thank you. A Dark Vixen's Resin. I just wish I would have thought of a cooler YouTube handle than just my name back in the day. But that's all right. It is what it is. Yeah, that could be the visual angle of the camera. Says Cosmic Duck Video, another cool name. Making it look like one is moving faster, but it's just on a tangent. Yeah, that's probably true. Like one's moving more directly across your line of sight, one's moving more obliquely. I think that's probably what's taking place, is that far channel is moving more or less perpendicular to our view, whereas that closer one is moving along the little berm there and at an angle to it. So very possible. Good stuff. Thank you, Jiri Pelican. If I butchered your name, I apologize. And Allison Coyne Carroll, Greg Livingston. Yeah, Fagor Asphalt in 21. I saw it in 2022. It was a great eruption. All right, well, I think we're just kind of like we're just hanging out here, right? Just, you know, Saturday night, volcanoes, the Oscars are over. Maybe the sports scene isn't so hot, so let's watch a little nature and see what happens. And I do feel like the January 14th eruption was very exciting and lots of adrenaline, but it also felt a bit like a gut punch because it was so close to town, and I just knew there was a possibility that something wasn't going to go well in town. I am looking for something here. Just case you're worried I'm just scrolling mindlessly. I want to see this area again up close. There we go. Yeah, I think this area here is pretty much stalled out. We shouldn't see, based on what we're seeing right here, this flow move to the west along the berm. It looks like the main lava channel is being carried and occupied along the berm this way. It's doing great. Look at that thing. That's awesome that they were able to put that up in that amount of time, and that so far so good. It seems to be doing its job. Does it feel like this lobe in the background is actually moving a little bit towards our view and maybe down and to the right towards this one? Maybe. I'm not sure. Yeah, maybe. How are the fissures looking? Are they still productive? You know, it does take a significant amount of lava to continue to sustain these flows the longer they get. So, DoorDash is here. You're so awesome. Thanks for bringing me stuff. Did you get something for yourself?
Yeah.
Oh. Oh. So I'm just going to say this while the mic's on and all these people are listening. Did you know that when I was talking to you on the phone, that I thought I had muted the mic, but apparently I hadn't. So thousands of people heard me say I love you and whatever else we talked about. So I don't know. Yeah. So
Nothing is private, I guess.
no,
Us, huh?
no, I guess not. So
they're all used to you.
All right. Oh, thank you.
I don't even
My
know.
amazing wife is here with the. I guess we shouldn't say what food it is, because then it's like,
probably not.
because they're not sponsoring this. But isn't this yours?
No, that's part of yours. 'Cause
Oh.
It's two things.
Okay, so you're good.
You allow. Yeah.
All right.
All right.
People are saying hi, Mrs. Willsey. Hi, Shawn's wife. Do you want to come over here and get in the camera?
No.
Why not?
No way.
Just come put your head next to mine. See, they all want to see you now.
Oh my gosh. And
So.
then I'm leaving.
All right, she's going to come over and make a quick appearance, team, and then she's leaving. I could have turned the webcam like right on you. So,
Yes.
all right. So crouch
I
down.
don't even have. Oh, there.
There she is.
How come it's? Oh, it's because it's right there.
Yep.
Hi.
Say hi. There you go.
Look at all that lava.
I know.
So
Isn't it
pretty.
cool? So, you want me to talk you through it, or do you know
No,
what's going on?
It's all good. You
Oh.
can keep talking. I'm gonna go keep planning our trip.
Okay. All right. Take care. I love you. Bye. Thanks for bringing me food. So. All right. Oh, and look, you're getting all these feel goods now. Yep. There's our special celebrity appearance by the social worker, miracle worker. Thank you. Bye. All right. So let's see how this goes. Yeah, she said hi. That was my wife, Erica. I guess everyone knows her name. I don't know. Did I ever mention my wife's name? Oh, well. Nothing's private now, right? I did, yeah, someone asked about Nature Eye Flight. Johan, as soon as I saw the eruption today, let me remind myself of what happened there. I texted with Johan, and he's in the north. And he didn't say anything about if he's coming south. Let me ask him again real quick, but it's probably really late there. Are you heading south for this or not? So, yeah, so I don't know. The long-term plan, though, with Nature Eye, I think I can say this, is they were hoping and planning to have a system set up whereby they would not necessarily have to have a drone pilot there to like set everything up, that basically the drone could come in after a flight, dock to the charging station, and then when someone else was signed up for another flight, it would take off and then go fly around. So kind of being able to operate it somewhat remotely, that was the plan. And that would be awesome, because then we wouldn't necessarily have to have whether it's Johan or another pilot there the whole time. You could just kind of do this whenever. So, yeah, pretty cool. Um, let's see. Let me give you guys a little bit more content and an update, and then I might excuse myself. I gotta figure out how to turn my mic off, obviously. Maybe if I just unplug it, that would be good. Probably. Um, and I can scarf down a little bit of this food, give me some energy, and move on. So let's see. What do we want to look at here, team? Yeah, so the lava sea thing, I think right now, all things being equal, well, I think we're still monitoring the flow up here. I wonder why it's just behaved. It is pretty flat there, isn't it? So we've got, let me zoom that out a little bit. I mean, it's not that flat, but it's just really stalling. My only guess as to why this flow is just not progressed as quickly to the west up here by the Blue Lagoon is maybe the vents feeding it are a little less active and vigorous as they once were, because the topography is such that it's got a decent enough slope that it should be. And we saw this one on February 8th. We watched this thing move through this little gully, and it was moving at a pretty good clip. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how long it takes it to get to the road, because I feel like we've been kind of eagerly anticipating that for a while now. So anyway, and which is our best camera for that here, team? No, that's looking. That's the look at the north end of the town with the area. Okay. All right, I got a quick message from Johan here. Let me just respond real quick. Yeah, I don't think they're letting drones in anywhere close right now anyway. So even if we did have Johan there, I doubt we would be getting really great footage right now. Okay, so all right, let's look at a couple things here, and then. Well, let me catch up all my little live views and make sure they're all up to date. But I can smell the food. Can you smell it? It's right here next to me. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how long it takes. I mean, you can see the coastline's right there. It's not that far. And if that's the point, yeah, we can play with some numbers and figure out how long it might take to get there. This is our view to the west. You can see the fissures kind of from the backside. So this is looking from where the eruption took place in 2021 to 2023, the Fagradalsfjall area, looking back to the west more or less there. Views there. Okay, and then I think I'm going to leave you guys. What do we want to stay on here? I think I'm going to leave you on this one for a second here. Manda Joe says the lava's almost over the road at the power plant area, so maybe we need to find. Let's find the best. Is there a webcam that's going to help me with that? Looks like their events are still active. It's being demanded you show this. Yeah, Amanda Joe, can you... I've got way too many webcams to look at. I am not a good ringleader here, so if you could help me out with the right view. That's the berm. Oh, there we go. Well, that's the blurry view. Do we have a better one than that? And that's not even that current. Oh, there we go. Yeah, so there's the view, team. That's the lava flow. There's, I mean, like this is the road coming out of the north, or heading to the north, and that's the flow headed towards the road by the power plant. And did I have a better view somewhere? Oh, that's the little news story. I don't need that. Oops, sorry. Go back. And what I need to do is stick that one up here so we have that along with the rest. So it looks like it's just a matter of time, just literally a few minutes, before that lava meets the roadway there. When we saw that during the day, we probably won't see this as well at night, but there was a lot of black smoke. I usually don't use the word smoke with volcanoes because what you see coming out of the ground is usually not smoke. It's either gas or water vapor. But in this case, it was smoke because the lava was burning up the asphalt and the tar in the roadway, and so it was producing smoke. Anytime you get organic material burning, that's when you get smoke. Ted 3000, thanks for your donation. Lasaner, Grumpy, oh Grumpy, don't be grumpy. And Tim McMinn, thanks for all the donations, friends. Flavio, Camera Expressions, Greg Livingston, Allison Kone Carroll. And that's as far back as I could scroll. EJ Sharkington, I can see a few more names up there. Robin Mills, but I can't see everyone, so if I missed you, apologize. So is that our best webcam view is what I'm wondering. All right, I'm going to sign out I'm going to take like a 5 to 7 minute break and consume the food that my wonderful wife brought me. You good folks can participate in the chat, tell the mods how awesome they are, and we'll all get back together here in just a couple minutes. This time, I'm going to unplug my mic, which should take it off hot. So I'll be right back here in about 5 to 7 minutes. And we'll see if that lava creeps a little bit closer and starts covering the roadway here. Oh, this is the one. Let's see. I need to use, let's see, one last thing here. Amanda Joe, can you send me again, I know I keep asking you for this, maybe you already sent it to me. Can you message me the link? Oh, let's see, maybe she sent it to me. All right, let me look at what she's got here. All right, she's got some, let's do this real quick and then I'll go eat. What do we got here from Amanda Joe? She doesn't take a break. She's always working. Well, here's a quick question from a viewer that she sent. I can address this pretty quickly. From Tine Lee Jensen. What can happen if a bigger earthquake happens now? Very unlikely. Almost zero, right? The pathway for the magma has been established. There is virtually no chance that a larger earthquake occurs now that the volcano is erupting, unless, I don't even know how this would happen really, like logistically, but unless there was a bigger surge in the system, and the magma needed to establish some new pathway to the surface, then you might see bigger earthquakes. But I think the earthquake threat and hazard right now is very low, and our main concern, of course, is the lava that's out on the surface. Okay, Amanda says, the eruption that started earlier tonight is probably the largest of the 7 volcanic eruptions in the last 3 years. Wow, that's interesting. So there's thinking this one is bigger than all three Fagradalsfjall eruptions. Yeah, okay, I can go with that. Just after 10 p.m., it was about 200 meters from the lava flow to reach the dike north of Grindavik. That's the berm, the defensive wall. The lava flow was then about 700 to 800 meters to the road that we're seeing almost covered and consumed. Met Office has updated its hazard assessment in light of the eruption and the development of lava flow from the fissure. I think we read some of this already. Yeah, the lava flows about 1 kilometer per hour based on the surveillance flight. That's the estimate. And it could reach the road. Maybe I read that already. Sorry. Second camera down. Okay, so maybe this is the camera. Let's see if she sent me a better camera to look at. Oh, here we go. Okay, so I think I've got a better camera now for the roadway. And so let me drag this over here for you guys to watch whilst I grab a quick bite. Let's pull it up on YouTube, I guess. So there you can see the emergency vehicles there right along the roadway, and then you can see, I guess, 1, 2, 3 individual lobes of this flow as it progresses to the west, but it looks like they are it's darn close, within just a few tens of meters, if that, of the roadway. So, okay. And Amanda Jo said it's being demanded that you show this. So, who am I to protest the demands of the people? So, okay, there you go. I'm going to go take a bite to eat now, and we'll come back and see what we can see. So, webcam off. Mic is probably still hot, but I'm going to turn it off here. All right, I'm back on. Can you guys see and hear me? Pretty exciting sequence going on right now with this lobe that's crossed the road, um, and is moving pretty fast. Five by five, good. Everyone says I'm 5 by 5. Awesome. Looks like everything looks good on my end, so that's good to hear. Yeah, there's definitely a little steep drop here, so you can see it just really moving down this slope. That's some interesting behavior there. A little bit more gas rich. I don't know if it's going over something that's like a little wet spot in the ground or something. People say I'm echoey. That better? Can you hear me better now? Let's try that. How about now? Tell me if it still sounds echoey or not. Still better or worse? Still on. Oh, better. Okay, sweet. Yeah, I think I just had the webcam mic on or something. So thanks for letting me know, team. Yeah, that's just, wow. That's just impressive, right? So pretty fluid movement here. This is sort of classic. It's definitely not slabby Pahoy. This is more Pahoy type behavior here. Very hot and fluid at this flow front. It is carrying a few cooler slabs of solidified lava crust. That's what these black little chunks are that are just kind of being carried down and rafted along the flow front. I'm just really interested to see. Gosh, it's still very hot, isn't it? Just looking at how fluid it is. Let's see, I got some updates from Amanda Joe. So while we're watching this, they're going to have to move the camera back here. And let me just do a quick, I know this is good stuff here. There's a bigger view of what we're watching the close-up view on. There's the power plant there. And again, you can see how hot that front is just by how white the color is there. And making sure that's a pretty good view there as well. Yeah, it just depends on if we want something close or further away. Let's see, from Amanda Joe, who's burning the midnight oil, literally. Thank you. Lava could break fiber optic cables at the road. Director of Civil Defense says that the Civil Defense is praying for lava to flow over both Grindavikerveg and Suðurstrandarveg. So which road is that, Amanda Joe? I'm not sure exactly which road that is, if you could verify. Is that the back road from the power plant area back to Grindavik? And let's see, continuing on with some of the stuff Amanda Joe sent me. This is a quote from the Civil Defense Department. These scenes of lava flowing over Grindavikervendin and continuing there into the lava and then continue to the south as if the other tongue and then run over. Oh, so the other road they're talking about is the south road down by the coast. So this road's obviously been compromised. The lava's flowed over the top of this already, but it's the coastal road. Yeah, thanks for the clarification. Local eyewitnesses report that the lava tongue, excuse me, is considerably wider and thicker than in February. I would agree with that. In the February flow, it was very channelized as it was going down that small depression. Operators of critical infrastructure ready to face what's to come. There are fiber optic cables on both roads, and if they break, it can cause interference in telecommunications. So that's not good. Yeah, so the coastal road could be compromised. This one's already been covered, and looks like it's likely being covered wider than the February 8th flow. Um, let's see, what are we looking at here? So there's that flow there over the power plant road. And oh, this is back towards Grindavik. So real quick, let's catch up on what's going on over here. Coastlines out there to the far right. There's the defensive berm, the wall that's deflecting a good portion of this flow. In fact, I'd say the lion's share of this flow off to the southeast. That secondary lobe, it looks like it's spread out, probably over some flatter topography. And it may actually merge with this one here. This one also looked like it's spreading out as well. It looks wider over here. It was pretty channelized and moving right along the berm, but now it looks like both these lobes are encountering some flatter, more open ground, and they're starting to fan out a bit here. So that's interesting. Back to, you can just see it progressing. I mean, it's moving quite quickly. There's one of the cars on one side of a couple cars on this side of the road as the road's been covered. Let's see, what does this one show? That's from the west. That one's not as telling and awesome. And that one shows some of the similar views we've been seeing there. So yeah, but the airport, for those worried that this is just some widespread volcanic chaotic event, this is still very localized to a small region, nowhere near the airport. There's absolutely no evidence that any of this lava is going to end up anywhere near the airport, based on what's happening now. A good chunk of it's flowing down to the south towards the ocean. We'll have to see if it actually gets there. And this little lobe here is moving just to the north. It's moving to the west, but it's north of the power plant and Blue Lagoon area. What I'd really like to find out, I guess the road's right there, right? So this is not too far beyond the road. But what we're interested to see, at least I am, I hope you are as well. So right now the flow is, let's say, somewhere in here, right? I'm interested to see what happens when it gets to right where this L2 is, right here, and how it progresses through that that narrow gap there. And maybe this February lava flow is not very thick, and this flow can move over the top of it. Although looking at its behavior, it's quite fluid, so it's not going to have the tendency to really build up to any appreciable amount. It's fanning out. I think it's in that little low spot. So the next step would be, once it kind of fills in this available low spot and area here, and that may take a little bit longer. It was obviously somewhat channelized as it came over the road, but now that it's filling in this spot here, what will happen when it goes through that constriction? So right now I would say it's in this area here. I don't know exactly where it crossed the road, but you can see there's kind of a wide area of low relief, not much topography right here. So that's what we're kind of looking at and waiting on. Let me get to the right camera. There we go. Someone wants to know, would it be possible for another fissure to open up? Not likely, very low chance. The pathway's established. The magma supply seems to be constant. Could it be waning a little bit? Maybe. We don't know until we get some estimates there. We could look at it visually and see what it seems to be doing. Again, this is just eyeball observation, but I can see, a good length of this fissure is erupting and pushing out what we call fire fountains. Lava is being ejected by the gases coming out of solution into the air. And so it seems to be still quite vigorously erupting, and that's what's feeding all these lava flows. So it's kind of just waiting to see. I think we'll continue the live stream at least until we see what happens at that constriction area. It might not be anything significant that takes place. It may just continue to fan out and right up onto that February 8th flow. But just using that map as a guideline, I'm interested to see exactly what takes place there. We might be getting some of the steam and water vapor from the power plant that's disrupting the view a little bit here, because the camera's probably having to swing around further to the north and then maybe the northwest, and that's maybe causing some of these plumes to drift by. Yeah, Amanda Jo says, quite difficult to tell in the dark, but it seems to have crossed at the same spot or a bit south of the last crossing. Yeah, I would agree. It looks like there's a secondary pathway over here that's just working its way over. That may be out onto the February 8th flow right there. Yeah, it'd be nice to be able to see this during the day, but a nice healthy lava channel. You might see on the margins it start turning darker over time, just different shades of orange as the levees or the sides of the channel wall solidify. You can tell where the road is here because you can see there's still some bursting and bubbling, and there's still smoke coming out right here. So this is still where part of the roadway and the asphalt is burning. So you can absolutely pick out right where the road is beneath the flow just by looking at some of the smoke coming up here, and then these kind of little pockets of just little flames and just little bursts taking place right here. How high is the berm? They're pretty tall. I think they got them as high as they're at least 10 meters. If anyone else knows and wants to respond to that, but I believe the berms, the defensive walls, I think they got them at least 10 meters. I did see a video, this was maybe a month or so ago, of someone driving along the roadway, and you could see how tall they were. They're impressive. They did a lot of moving of material there. Oh, another Met Office update, perhaps. Oh, so we got some photos here from the Met Office. Let's check these out real quick. Oh, this one's pretty good. Let's make that a little bit bigger. So there's Grindavik and those flows. Remember, those are the two lobes we've been tracking, right? So there's the eruptive fissure. Wow, this branch off to the east is much longer than I expected. There's the branch coming off the west side that we watched going over the road. So you can see that kind of through the gas plume there. Power plant and Blue Lagoon right here. And then these two lobes here. Here's the deflection around the berm. Here's the little greenhouse right here. So you can see a little bit of it went to the west, but a lot of it's just moving right along that berm. And it does look, just based on this photo here, as if these two lobes may merge as they come further down the slope. Hard to know what the topography exactly there is, but you can see this lobe here, the eastern lobe, taking more of a southwesterly course, at least at the time that photo was taken. So let's see what else they have here. The eruption has now been going on for over 4 hours. Make that a little bit smaller. Based on the visual assessments and the surveillance flight of the Coast Guard, it seems that the power of the eruption has not decreased much, so this thing is still cranking. The southern and northernmost parts of the crack seem to have faded a bit. Otherwise, the entire fissure erupts fairly continuously. So it might be a little bit slight reduction in lava output at the far ends of the fissure system, but it's still erupting pretty continuously. The lava bed that now flows over the road is significantly wider than in February, which we kind of noticed. But you can see that here. This is looking to the south or southeast. The main fissures back here. Grindavik over here. This is Siringarfelt, this hill. And then you can see this lava channel that poured across the roadway. You can see some of the emergency vehicles here and there on the other side. Here's a photo from a patrol flight by the Coast Guard, but the helicopter is taken off again. The lava can be seen here approaching the roadway. Yeah, so here this is a view to the south towards Grindavik, and there's that lobe coming off the fissure system. Moving to the west, this is the power plant in the Blue Lagoon right there, and this is right before it went across the road at about midnight Iceland time. So a couple helpful photos there and a little bit of information from the Met Office. Let's go back to our view here. Let's go to that one. That one's sort of maybe a little bit more helpful, looking at it fanning out. Over in the live chat, Michael Harris, thanks for the kind donation. Anyone else who has donated tonight, much appreciated. I'll make sure that we share that with the whole team. What else we got going on here, friends? Yeah, this is, gosh, it looks like they've about merged, doesn't it? So this is looking back down towards Grindavik. There's the lighthouse. Those two, I mean, it's hard to tell because of the angle, but it's possible that those two lobes have actually merged. Be interesting because is this far eastern lobe, if you go back to the photo there, which photo was it that was helpful? I guess it was this top one, wasn't it? Remember that eastern lobe is moving to the southwest, so it has some velocity and movement directly towards the berm. So will the flow of this closer flow here sort of just direct it all, or will it actually provide a little more force up against the berm? Hopefully not, and I don't think it will, but something to kind of watch. So we still have good flow rates here. Still more smoke coming up where the roadway is. But I wish they would move the camera a little bit. Whoops, we're not caught up. There we are. To the left. I want to see the leading edge of this thing, where it's going. Maybe we can see one of these other ones here. Well, that's the camera that's not so helpful. Yeah, let's go back to that one. Oh, there we go. Thank you. It's like they were listening. Maybe they were. So it'll be interesting to see as this advances. I just wish it would be so nice and helpful if it was daytime, so we could see that the topography from that February 8th flow and see how much of a constriction is actually there, if there is one at all. Secondary path behind this one here, it's moving slower. You can see that it's cooler. It's not nearly as hot, but it is still advancing. And this channel is setting up nicely. You can see the main channel path with the orange, the bright orange there, and then the channel levees, the margins along the sides. Occasionally, if the flow, it may not happen here soon, but if the flow gets backed up, you could see the main channel, which is shown here. It may overflow and cause a levee breakout and actually overtop the levees along the side on the margins there. We'll have to see if anything like that takes place. But that's how these lava flows can sometimes change direction. They can melt from underneath. There's all sorts of interesting things that can go on there. That's where the road is, I'm assuming, where all that kind of activity is taking place. Yeah, that's got to be the road right about there. Yep, just connect the dots, right? The emergency vehicle there, emergency vehicles down here. So the roadway's right through this little section. Keep checking a couple other spots here. There's another view. So the flow's sort of, yeah, there's some of the steam from the power plant just drifting across the view. I wonder if did the wind shift a little bit? Because we did have the winds out of the east blowing to the west, and now this steam or water vapor from the power plant is drifting kind of back to the northeast. So did we have something shift a little bit with the winds, or maybe it's somewhat protected by the hill here? Not sure. Just checking in on all the cameras. Looks like the fissure is still erupting. That's a good solid stretch of it there that's still pumping out lava. So it's definitely showing more longevity so far than any of the previous eruptions that we've seen, which by 3 or 4 hours into it had waned a little bit. Just trying to get a feel for how far that can be. Where's our scale? So it should be pretty close. Question from sent to me through Amanda Joe, but from one of the viewers. Dark Vixen's Resin wants to know, can the heat from the lava melt the berm a little bit? The answer is no. The berm is made out, so our lava is made out of a rock type when it cools and solidifies called basaltic lava. It is low in silica, high in iron and magnesium. It is a very high temperature lava, as you can see here. That's 1600 degrees Celsius probably. And all the material they've used to construct the berm, the defensive hill around this infrastructure, is also made out of the same material. So by choosing material that already has a high melting temperature, you more or less guarantee that the lava is not going to melt the berm material at all. In fact, as the lava touches that material, just like it is somewhat with the ground as well, it develops a thin rind as it cools quickly against it, and then that insulates and allows the lava to pour, past it in this case, around it. And so really once you get that initial lava ground contact, you sort of seal off much of the ground. You can still get some radiant heat, but in terms of the real high temperature exposure, that's pretty much negated at that point. So great question. If we use some other types of materials or other rock types, it could be a totally different situation, because those rock types may have lower melting temperatures, and then you put that 1600 degree lava up against those rocks, and they very well could start to melt or partially melt a little bit. Oh, someone wants to see if the GPS data has updated since we've been doing this for 4+ hours now. Yeah, we can do that. Best camera live view is from Litli Hruter Vestur. Okay, now I got to go find another one. Thanks for your donation, K-Flip. And let's see, Shannon Calais, thank you. Dr. Michael Shea, thank you. Steve W. Just shout outs to the people who've been supporting the channel. Doug Hansen, thank you. Lisa Fawcett, thank you very much. And Ron Westad. And Michael Harris. And I think I got back far enough to catch most of those folks. Great, so you say Litli Frutur Vester. So I gotta find that webcam now. Yeah, I don't doubt that there's always a better view somewhere out there. Litli Hruter is where the eruption in the summer was, and that's quite a long ways away. Yeah, I don't see that one anywhere. this one maybe? Nope. Yeah. Let me see if it's on the list I got from Amanda Joe. She sent me some webcam. She sent me like the definitive webcam list. And I probably need to like, I'm going to copy and paste all these, Amanda Joe, then I have them. Put them in some sort of document or something. Okay. And then let's take a look here in a minute at the, let's go see what the other flow is doing here in a minute. Let's go take a look at that. Just checking a couple other webcams here, team. Making sure I'm not missing. I don't want to have FOMO, fear of missing out. And we answered all those questions. That can go away. Okay, so let's go take a look at, well, there's that view. And let's see if we can see that one a little better. Don't go away. This should be our view down towards the coast, right? Yeah. So it looks like they did merge. Those two flow paths did merge and have become one. And presumably they'll be flowing along the berm there as well. But this flow front's still advancing pretty quickly. This one here. Yeah, so I'm still kind of interested to see how this kind of plays out. An Icelander here. Yeah, thanks for sharing some of your information there in the live chat. Just kind of scrolling through. Well, thanks for being a new subscriber, Sophia Dorton. Appreciate it. Hope you enjoy all the geology videos I have here. This is not a typical one. This is just sort of winging it on the fly with a live geologic event taking place. Do solar flares affect eruptions? No. Let's see what else is on here. Thank you, Melissa, for your donation, and Gabrielle. Much appreciated. Map of area and extent of lava currently. How many locations, eruptions? They missed the start. Okay, so if you're just joining us, that's okay. All sorts of different time zones out there. The best map we have only shows us the extent of the fissure system that opened up at about 8:30 this evening in Iceland time. So that's shown here with the red dotted lines. So a small fissure here just near Stora Stogafelt, and then a longer one here. What we're dealing with now over the last 3 or 4 hours, I suppose, is one flow lobe that has emanated from these fissures and traveled, more or less along this path I'm showing you here, has crossed the road in the last hour or so, and now seems to be fanning out right here. In fact, it may be that it seems to be fanning out because it's run up against partially this other flow, this older flow from February, and it's starting to occupy this region here. We're interested, I am, and hope some other folks are too, to see what happens when that lava flow, if it gets forced through this little pathway between the berm and this little southern lobe of this flow channel here exactly what happens when that takes place. But the best case situation would be for that flow to continue to stay along the berm outside of the enclosed area and moving to the west. The other thing we have going on is the eruption at the southern end of this fissure has fed a large flow that has moved southward through this low area in this valley here, has moved all the way down to this defensive berm here and is traveling along it to the south and then eventually to the southeast. There's a secondary channel that has just joined it, probably somewhere here. And so we're a short distance, maybe a little over a kilometer from the ocean. And so we have been discussing and started to think about what that might look like if this lava flow actually gets all the way down, cuts off this coastal road here, and gets out to the coastline. So that's kind of a quick recap on where we're at right now. This has been, according to reports from the Met Office and other places, this is the most, I don't know if powerful is the right word, but the largest volume eruption, at least so far, of the last, since 2021, of the last 7 eruptions. And so it seems to be quite notable for some of those reasons. And that's kind of where we're at. All the lights are on Grindavik. Thank you, Quantum. What feeds the magma chamber and how deep is the source? Wants to know John King. The magmas in this area are partially fed by the hotspot. This is probably, I'll give you the quick and dirty version of what could be a 2-hour lecture. There's a hotspot underneath Iceland that carries magma up towards the surface. So we think that some of that magma is being fed into this region. This region is also, this part of the peninsula is also a divergent plate boundary, which means the plates are spreading apart. And as the plates spread apart, that reduces some of the pressure on one of the layers inside the planet called the asthenosphere, and that triggers partial melting. So we think the magma coming that we're seeing erupted right here is partially driven by the hotspot source and also by what we call decompression melting. Basically, you're generating magma by reducing the pressure sitting on top of that zone in the earth. And so that's where it comes from. Then it comes up into some shallow reservoir that we have been looking at with GPS data, sits near and partially under the power plant region. And so that's sort of the idea with the magma supply there. And then someone wanted us to check on the GPS data. So we could look at that real quick. Why not? So let's go and see if we have any notable trends. Let's see when the last run on the GPS data was. We'll go to the Svartsengi. So it was 6:09, so that's too early. So it doesn't seem like, I'll try to refresh it. Yeah, they haven't got the GPS data has not run just yet, it looks like. So probably need to check back later to see GPS data. Torch wants to know if the power plant's producing more steam than usual. No, I don't think so. I think that's normal. Partially, the amount of steam you see will depend somewhat on the temperature of the air. So if it's a cold night, you're going to see maybe a little bit more steam and water vapor. I don't know enough about their operations to know if they are producing more versus some other time, but I don't think so. Okay, quick little message to some of the team here. I think we're going to wind this down soon, folks. I want to make sure we've got Lisa and Amanda Joe and Susan who've been doing some heavy lifting and great work over there. Thank you, Flatland Mountaineer, for your donation, and BKY 312 for yours as well. I think we want to start maybe winding this down. I know the eruption's still taking place, and of course, like you, I'll probably be tuning in on and off going into the evening. It's about 7:15 p.m. local time here where I am. It might be a lot later where you are, but we've been how long have we been live streaming now? Like it's been a fat minute, right? It's been a while. Um, let's say let's go about 12 more minutes. Does that sound good? And that'll put us at about the bottom of the hour, 14 minutes, I guess. Um, and then we'll kind of wrap this up. And what I will do is get on tomorrow morning, which might be a different time for you, but as soon as I can get up and get in to the office, I don't know if I'll do a live stream. It'll be some sort of video update for sure. So I will put together something, possibly a live stream. I need to see what the moderators want to do. But we'll have to see how this plays out because we do have these two channels here. And I know the moderators have also been putting, I believe, a lot of these webcams over 4 hours and 40 minutes. Have we really been doing it that long? Oh, geez. Yeah, on a Saturday, man. My butt is sore from sitting this long. I'm not going to lie. So, but thanks for joining me this long. Let's go a little bit further, if you will. Maybe like 12, 13 minutes. Let's make sure we give lots of love to the moderators. Thanks for putting together the questions, for responding to a lot of other questions. Amanda Joe for sending me so much great information. Lisa R says that the power is out in Grindavik. So I don't know if they would have maybe proactively shut that off ahead of time, maybe. Yeah, if you guys have hung in here for 4 hours, that's great. That means we did well. And I don't know, I think I can't remember how many thousands of people were on here. It was great. Enough to hear me with the hot mic on when I called my wife and asked her to bring me some food. So, but yeah, let's go a little bit further here. I kind of had wanted to see how this lobe or this flow path, what happened to it when it gets a little further. It looks like there's a portion of it spreading out kind of to the south here, but we can more or less make out where the road goes here between these two emergency vehicles. And let's try one of our other views here. I think this is the more zoomed in one. Nope, this is the one I want here. Oh, they've switched their camera over to this side. So there's the berm around Grindavik. So I think both sites that we've been monitoring are probably warrant some attention if you're going to start watching some of this on your own, or maybe you got to go to bed soon and tune back in. I think the two lingering questions we're going to have going forward is going to be what happens with this flow lobe, this path, this channel that's down here to the northeast of Grindavik. Does it follow the berm and does it continue out towards the ocean? Of course, all of this is predicated on how sustained the flow is, right? If these fissures, if you wake up tomorrow morning and get on the webcams and it looks like this, except it would be light, I suppose, but if it's still that active, then we probably have some interesting things to look at because the flow that is out here will undoubtedly have reached the ocean by then. And then the other one to look at, of course, would be this pathway here across the road that's traveling just north of the power plant and Blue Lagoon area. Let's see. Amanda Joe's sending me a little bit more stuff. She's not ready to go to bed. She says, yeah, they manually cut the power to town a little bit ago. And then she's got a link here with a clear view of lava over the road. Okay, so she sent me a picture. Yeah, I think this is similar to the one we saw like on the Met office, wasn't it? So this is like from a Facebook group, and that just, whoops, nicely shows the flow going across the road there. And this is the one up by the power plant. So Yeah, I think we'd seen that before, but thanks for sending that. That's helpful. Um, yeah, so those are just some things to look for if you're not sure. I think one would be to look to see how active are the fissures. And next time you check on it, some of you might, depending on your time zone, you might be able to continue to monitor this over the next 10 to 12 hours. I can probably get back on here. Oh boy, I could probably be here like 6 a.m. my time. That would put it at about, yeah, like 10, 11 hours from now. We'll see how this thing played out. We can see how effective those defense measures have been. I think right now it looks good. I mean, sure, we have some damage to infrastructure, but all things being equal, I think the Icelandic people and the Icelandic community and the government and the public officials and everyone involved have made some great decisions, have put some very proactive mitigation measures in place. And I think they're seeing it pay off right now. Because if you didn't have this berm here, I mean, do we want to go down the rabbit hole of what ifs? Had they not constructed this berm around the town, looking at the map and where the fissures came from, I think there's a good chance that lava, even right now, would be in the eastern part of Grindavik and possibly going into the harbor. Had they not constructed these berms, we already know it's up against the berm, and now it's got to it's turning to the southeast. So there's a good chance that the harbor could have been compromised. Some of the industrial fishing buildings down here along the waterfront could have been damaged or destroyed as well. So absolutely 5 stars, just great decision on their part to get this done in short order. And I think the design worked as well as could be expected. And we'll just have to see how it all plays out. Doesn't mean it's foolproof. The lava doesn't, care or know that that we built this thing here, and it's possible that the lava flow can compromise those structures. But for now, everything we're seeing points to it being money well spent, time well spent, and a really great decision. So just have to see how this looks moving forward. And then back to where was I at here? Yeah, here we go. So sometimes volcano watching is a little slow. It's not always glitz and glamour and highlight reel type material. Sometimes it's an acquired taste, and you have to be a little bit patient. So it'll be interesting to see. Just kind of thinking out loud here. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they estimate the volume of magma erupted is. It will be very interesting to see the GPS data moving forward to see how much deflation we get, right? So we had magma being pumped into the subsurface. The land was rising steadily, slowly, but still rising. And now we've just taken some of that material, that magma that was previously beneath the surface, and it has found a pathway today or tonight out to the surface, erupts some volume of magma. And so how much of that magma body's volume is now vacated by this eruption? So it'll be interesting what some of those numbers are coming down the pipe. Keith Dowsett, thank you so much. Sherry Miller, Julie 4, thank you for your donations. David Ord, Explore More Adventures, thanks so much. Bill Peterson, Carol Pivernick. If I butchered your name, I apologize. My last name is Willsey, so I'm used to hearing all sorts of things. Jay and Nancy, thank you. Yeah, about 5 more minutes here, team. That feels about right. I want to make sure I let our moderators get some rest. All of us should probably go do a lap around the neighborhood, or I don't know, something. I need to get out of this chair, that's for sure. Yeah, but this has been fun. It was a bit of a surprise to me wasn't really on my radar. I was going about my day. I was actually here at the office getting some stuff done. We leave for Europe on Wednesday, and so I was getting all my classes kind of tidied up, some grading. Actually, was working on I have a class that will be going to Iceland in May, and so I was getting some research presentation topics ready for them, along with some assignments. And then I happened to see my phone, and a viewer had sent me a message that just said Eruption. And so I'm like, oh boy. So then I had to quickly switch gears, get the live stream up and running, contact the moderators, and make the magic happen. But I'm glad we were able to do this. Glad that we were able to bring this to you. Super appreciate all the news agencies and other outlets that put together the webcams to give us something to look at, because this live stream would be a little more boring if it was just me and the Met Office updates, which are still good, but I think it's always helpful to be able to see some things here. So yeah, possibly tomorrow or in the next day or two, we might be able to get Nature Eye down there to get the drone up and possibly do a flyover. I'm sure there'll be lots of other great footage coming through other channels as well. So that's awesome. We'll just have to see how it goes moving forward. Oh, some other folks are helping out. Joyce L., thank you for your kind donation. Benjamin Papandrea, Dark Vixen's Resin, thank you again. Lisa Fawcett, I think I got most of these other folks here. Yeah, so thanks again. It's kind of like going to the movies, right? Mystic Bunny Lady. Rather than going to the movies, you got to stay at home and the earth put on a show for you. Just a little bit of nature here. So hope you were able to learn a lot by watching this. Hope the information and content I shared, which was very impromptu, off the cuff, not very slick or produced or rehearsed, but I hope it was of value, and I hope I was able to communicate well and explain these processes, these landforms, this volcanic situation in the best way possible. That's my passion. That's my job. My job is to teach students, but I view everyone as my student, anyone who wants to be a student in terms of just listening. Teach them how the earth works, what it's made out of, earth processes. I too also consider myself a student. I am still learning every day. I read papers, I look at articles, I talk to people, and I try to put myself in that learning mode as best I can. So I'll do one last check with Amanda Joe and see if she has any last thing for me. She is up super late at night. It's 1:30 there. Someone wants to make sure to remember to link all the sources in the description, pretty please. Okay, so when I shut down this live stream, I will grab all the webcam links that I can, along with the Met Office and earthquake data and anything else I think I've opened up here today as a tab, and make sure those are all in the video description. So I think that's it. I think we're going to sign off here, friends. So not sure what to say about this flow here. I kind of expected it to be a little bit more dramatic, and maybe it will. Maybe it's just still in this kind of slow phase here. We'll have to see. If anything, if past experience is a good indicator on a lot of these things, I've watched the volcanic eruption play out, and then undoubtedly it gets to be late hour and you have to go to sleep, and then you wake up and there's always something new. You'll learn something new the next day that you maybe didn't know before, or it progressed and something happened differently. So okay, well, I've been droning on for 4.5 hours, so we're going to go ahead and sign off. Thank you again, everyone, for joining us on this live stream. Again, I'm Geology Professor Shawn Willsey. This is my YouTube channel, but this is also your YouTube channel. This is a place where we come to learn from each other, to learn about geology, how volcanoes work. We've been focusing a lot on Iceland over the last few months. And that has brought a lot of you to me, and I appreciate that. But in addition to Iceland, I also spend a lot of time and energy putting together videos outside in the field from a variety of places. When Kilauea in Hawaii acts up, I also try to get updates and live streams for that volcano as well. I do not monitor a lot of the other volcanoes on the planet because I don't have a personal connection to them. And more importantly, I just don't have the time. I teach classes here at the college, and that's my number one thing. But doing this as an outlet has been incredibly rewarding to me. It's helped me be a better communicator. It's helped me connect with people I would have never been able to connect with from different cultures and different backgrounds and different locations. And so I hope you feel welcome here. I hope you feel that this is a good place to come and learn. There's no such thing as a stupid question. Want to thank our moderators, Lisa R. Down in New Zealand, Amanda Joe in Iceland, and I guess I could say former at this point, Amanda Joe, is that safe? Former resident of Grindavik, even though she still has a house that she still legally owns there, and Susan Helmer from Florida. So I want to thank all the moderators here for jumping on. And Amanda Joe sent me one last message, so I need to check that before I sign off. Oh, and Ann Umphrey just sent in a huge donation, so she wanted to make sure we gave her a big shout out. So Ann Umphrey, thank you so much for your very kind donation. Whether you donated nothing or a little bit, or you donated some knowledge through the chat, whatever, that's what it's all about. So thank you all, team, for jumping on here. We will hope for the best situation for Grindavik and the good people of Iceland. But in the meantime, we will enjoy this spectacle of nature. And I will join you maybe in about 12 hours or so, maybe a little bit less, with another update, and we'll see how this plays out. So thanks so much. Have a good day, afternoon, or evening. Be well.